Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's section of dispute resolution. And today I get to talk to colleague Josh Kirschenbaum. Hi, Josh, how are you?
Hey, Natalie, how are you?
I'm doing really well. Your background is as warm as I feel this summer.
I can't believe you're catching this heat wave.
Just luck of the draw, I suppose. Luck of the draw. Josh, where are you sitting? Where are you located?
I am sitting in my office just outside of Philadelphia in beautiful Wayne, Pennsylvania.
Very nice. What a great space to be. You know, the Phillies is my husband's favorite American baseball team.
Oh, he'd be in good company here.
Yep. Go Phillies.
Go
All
Phillies.
right. So, Josh, the idle chat, not cutting edge journalism. We go through a handful of these cards. I'll shuffle them up and see what the cards dictate. But it's just you and I having a nice casual chat here for the next few minutes. We'll see what we'll be talking about. Here we go. All right. First card. Josh, what is the worst job you've ever had?
Ooh, got to be careful how I answer this question. All right, I'm going to say in some ways it would have to be a job that I had very, very briefly after college, canvassing door to door for an organization that was raising money for a good cause. But the job itself, it was pretty brutal, knocking doors.
Because people weren't very nice to you?
Yeah, it was the first time and really the only time I ever had a straight up sales job. And, you know, back then, even like getting on the phone and talking with somebody, that made me a little bit nervous. But knocking on people's doors cold and trying to get them to sign up for something was way outside my comfort zone. And they didn't really give us a lot of preparation for it. So it was getting a lot of doors slammed in my face. A lot of kind of late nights. It was a pretty dubious operation.
Well, I'm glad you've moved on from that.
No, I did, but I learned a lot. You know, you got to get a lot of doors slammed in your face. I think that actually really helps build confidence. You survive it; it doesn't kill you. It wasn't fun, but I did learn a lot from it.
And it's not personal.
No, it was definitely not personal.
There you go. All right, Josh. What game have you spent the most hours playing?
I would say in my lifetime, it would have to be Tetris, even though I haven't played it in recently, but I was definitely one of those people that was pretty hooked on it back in when I was a kid and then all the way through high school and college. More recently, I would say chess, probably the most number of hours, even though I'm far from an expert, but my son and I play. It's one of the ways we keep in touch while he's away. We play over the phones.
Very nice. Josh, this one's a bit tricky. If you could know the truth behind every conspiracy theory, but you would die if you even hinted that you know this truth, would you still want to know?
No.
No, that was a quick answer. Very definitive. No.
No. And I can tell you why. I think that if it's something that really strikes me as a conspiracy theory, I feel like the truth will come out eventually on its own. And that when people do look into things and inquire, it becomes pretty clear what is real and what is not. There are a few abiding mysteries out there. But I think to be burdened with that knowledge and that information and not be able to talk to anybody about it, I think I'd just rather not know. And I'd leave it to science to reveal what it will reveal.
Yeah, and a little mystery is a good thing.
Yeah.
All right. Josh, do you have a favorite word?
Yes, I do.
And it is?
My favorite word is miscreant, which is, I know that sounds really funny, like to even have a favorite word and to have it be that word, but I love words. It's funny, I almost want to change my answer from chess to Scrabble. I'm a big Scrabble player. I'm a big word fan. When I was younger, I really wanted to be an etymologist, like somebody who studies the origins of words. And there's something about the word miscreant that always makes me laugh. It's something about the sound of it it's just a great, it's a great insult. It's a wonderful word. It's a wonderful way of describing someone who's a bit of a deviant, a bit of a mischievous person. I love the word. It rings in my ear. It's long been my favorite word. I can't really explain it any further than that. But a good friend of mine and I have had a long-standing conversation about kind of what are the best words in the English language, and we both immediately agreed that miscreant is the standard bearer. You know, it's the question is your word better than that or not? So yeah, I definitely have an answer to that question.
From one word nerd to another, that's a great word. It fills your mouth in a really fulfilling way.
It does. It's a great word.
Yeah, and it could be an insult. It could be, I mean, it could be lots of different things. Yeah, good word. Nice choice.
Thank you.
Josh, what is the best piece of advice you've ever been given?
I'm very lucky. I've been given a lot of good advice over the years. I would say the best advice I've ever been given is to be myself. I know that sounds cliche, but I'll be very honest with you. I'm in my 40s, and I've defined my 40s as being the decade in which I realized and I came to appreciate that all the cliches are true. They became cliches for a reason. And while I was reluctant in my teens and 20s and 30s to believe it, the biggest cliche out there is, you know, be true to yourself. And there's a reason why it's a cliche. I have found that once I accepted that I am who I am, and I really can't be anybody else, everything else seemed to fall into place. It's just a lot easier than going through life trying hard and expending a lot of energy trying to put up a facade or be someone that you're not, which is really kind of impossible. And I've just found that once I accepted that and then really internalized it, it made my life a lot better.
Good for you. Well done, sir. Josh, if you could create the equivalent of the ice cream delivery truck, you know, that goes around with the chimes, if you could create the adult equivalent of that, what would that truck be serving and what kind of music would they be playing?
Wow. You know, this is going to sound like a very geeky answer from, I'm a mediator. So I'm a peacemaker. I'm really into dispute resolution. And I've actually often thought it would be really neat to have like the mediation mobile. I know that sounds so geeky, but to have a way to go actually around and about in a community and to be available to people who are trying to resolve disputes and to be available to help people work through conflicts. I actually think that would actually be really interesting. I think at first it would take a lot of getting used to, and if it played ice cream music truck, people would be extremely disappointed to come up and find a mediator instead of ice cream. I'd have to really think about what music I would play for that. It would probably be something very calming and relaxing, sort of like you might hear at a Zen retreat. Maybe it would get people's attention, but bring a little peace into people's world, a little peace into people's communities.
I love that. I absolutely love that. That's like what's the character Lucy in the Peanuts?
Right. She's a bit more intense than I would go for, but yes, the doctor is in. Yep. Yeah, it would be more like the mediator is in, but maybe the calming music would stand out in a way in the din of the world that people are in.
There you go. You'd have a mediation mobile, have a little awning that comes out, put up some
comfortable chairs. Yeah, some comfortable chairs, some tea,
There you go. I like that idea.
There might be something to this. We might actually have to do this.
I think there's a lot to that. I think if you decide to go for it, you let me know and I'll give you a helping hand.
You heard it here first.
There you go. Josh, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests as the last question, and that is, what do you love most about the work we do in the resolution industry?
I love the process of empowering other people. I love that moment in the process where people who started off feeling hopeless or feeling defeated realize that they're actually the key to their own resolution. I love the experience of providing a space for people to transform themselves in the way they communicate with each other. Seeing that change happen in other people, some people call it the magic of mediation. I really think that is the most beautiful part about the work that we do, is the transformation that happens in other people. And when they become aware of that, and they become aware of the incredible journey that they took, and that it was all them, and it was all in them all along. It sends shivers down my spine. I mean, that's why I do this work. I am one of those mediators that really likes to, at the end of it all, I almost want them to not even remember what it is that I did. I really want them to feel that this was their journey and that they're the ones that made the transformation. And seeing that happen for other people is just an incredible joy.
It is the good stuff, isn't it?
It is.
It is the good stuff. Well, Josh, if somebody wanted to get in touch with you to learn more about you or your practice, what's the best way for them to do that?
Well, you can check me out on my website, my firm's website. I work for the law offices of Jennifer J. Riley in Bluebell and Wayne, Pennsylvania. We are at www.jjrlawfirm.com. My email address is probably the best way to reach me. It's simple. I'm josh@jjrlawfirm.com. And I would love to hear from anybody.
Excellent. Josh, thank you so much for having an idle chat with me on this hot summer day.
Thank you.
All right. Go Phillies.
Go Phillies.
All right. Thanks, Josh. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and you are joining me and Maren for another in the Idle Chat series for the American Bar Association section for dispute resolution. Hi, Maren, how are you?
Hi, Natalie, I'm doing well.
Excellent, I'm glad to hear it. We're going to put that to the test, though. We're going to shuffle these cards, see what it is that you and I get to talk about today for our Idle Chat. Ooh, big thunder boomers outside.
Oh,
Sorry
really?
if that messes up the sound quality. All right. Miss Maren, when was the last time you slept more than 9 hours?
I can't remember. Can you?
I can, yes. Yeah. I took a summer vacation and got to sleep 9.5 hours one day.
Ooh. That was recently, this summer?
It was just earlier this month, in fact, yeah.
Well, I'm supposed to go on vacation next week, so maybe that'll be possible. Last month I went down to Key West to do some scuba diving with combat wounded vets, and our schedule was just very, very busy, so I didn't get to rest then. I can't remember the last time I slept that long.
Well, then I hope you get your turn soon, because it feels really good. All right, Miss Maren, if you're so inclined, would you share with me the last photograph that you took? What was your last photo?
Probably something I was selling on Facebook. Let me see. Oh no, it's actually, does screenshots count?
It was a screenshot?
Yeah, do those count?
Well, it's the last photo you took. It does count, yeah. It
Right,
does count.
so yeah, it's here it is. It's not much to look at, but what that is a tour in Canada and the United States of a comedian that I recently found from the UK, and she is hilarious. So I took a screenshot of her shows over here on the West Coast and sent it to my husband, letting him know that I wanted to go.
Good choice. Humor is always the thing. That should always be the go-to choice. Good for you. Good for you. And Miss Maren, are you a big reader?
I wish I had time to read for pleasure, but at the moment I'm not currently.
No. When you do read, do you prefer ebooks, paperback, hardcover, or audio?
If I have the time, I like the either hardcover or paperback. I don't care which one those are, but I love audiobooks because I get to read without reading while I'm multitasking and doing something else.
All right. You got to embrace the technology.
Yeah.
All right. Good for you. Ms. Maren, do you have a secret talent that you would like to share with me?
I teach group fitness classes, if that counts.
You teach a what?
Group fitness classes, so like aerobics classes. I'm currently at Crunch Fitness teaching there.
Nice.
So
nice. I could
TRX
a
and
little bit more of that.
classes. Yep, stuff like that.
Yeah, I could use more of that after 2 years of not really going outside and peopling too much.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be a good choice. All right, Miss Morin, what kind of nap is the most satisfying?
On the sofa with a blanket curled up with the back of the sofa against my back. Maybe 20 minutes, because if you go much longer than that, you wake up still tired.
More than 20 minutes, and that's not a nap any longer. More than 20 minutes, and you've just given up on the day. That's too late. That's too late. All right. Morin, do you speak any foreign languages?
I don't know that I can claim to speak them. I can get by in Spanish. I minored in Russian in college, but haven't really used it since, so I can't claim that one anymore.
All right. What languages do you wish you could speak?
Oh, lots of them, all of them. I wish I were better at Russian. I just think it's a beautiful language, and I didn't have anyone to practice with. So I wish I were better at Russian and Spanish, both.
Or all of them?
All of them.
All of them. All of them. All right. Morin, what is the oldest thing you own?
My husband would say my clothes. I still have some from high school. I'm trying to do better. No, actually, I have my dump trucks from when I was a little kid. I lived on a farm, and my parents gave me the yellow Tonka truck with the bed that folded up, and we would put sand in it and dump it out. I still have my dump truck from when I was 4 or 5 years old.
Those are great toys. Yeah, really, that's a good choice. Good choice. All right. What is your favorite thing to cook or bake?
Well, I guess I would call it refrigerator stew. It's not a very fancy name, but basically taking whatever you find in the refrigerator and putting together a soup or a stew that has it all in there, because it's creative and you have to balance the flavors. And most of the time it works. Once or twice I get something that no one likes, but most of the time it comes out delicious. The only bad part is I can't ever make it again because I don't remember what I put in there.
That's the creative fun part, though. I like that a lot. All right. I know it's still a little early for you, but what is the best thing that has happened to you today?
I got to talk to my mom and dad this morning. That was pretty fun.
That's a luxury. Good for you. That's a good one. All right. Do you have an opinion about beaches? And if so, what is the most beautiful beach in your opinion?
Ooh, I do have an opinion about beaches. I love all forms of water. I consider myself to be a water baby. I think they all have a variety of attributes that are magnificent. There's a beach down in Hawaii where I used to live on the North Shore called Turtle Beach. I don't know what the actual name is, but the turtles like to come up. And my family used to protect them so that they could lay their eggs. That's a pretty amazing beach. And then on the panhandle of Florida, I was down there one time, and the sand, you may know, it's sugar sand. It literally feels and looks like sugar. It's that white. So it's this open expanse of white, beautiful sand. That's pretty amazing too.
Good beaches. Good beaches. I'm a big fan of the beach. Good beaches. Next to last question.
Okay.
And it's a little divisive. You don't have to answer if you don't wish to. And that is whether or not pineapple has any place being on a pizza.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Particularly with Canadian bacon. I know it's cliche, but it's really tasty.
It's my favorite. I'll go ahead and just say that out loud in public on a recorded platform. It's my favorite. And if you put a little bit of jalapeno on there, oh my goodness.
That would be nice too. I haven't tried that. I'll have to check that out.
A little zingy, a little sweet, a little salty. Ticks all the boxes. Good. Yeah. I'm on
Perfect.
Team Marin with that one. All right. And then the last question that I ask everyone who joins me for an idle chat, and that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry?
I love that I get to help clients actually solve their problem. I spent so many years in litigation and it's so stressful. It doesn't feel that bad for me necessarily because I go through it and I'm emotionally detached. But the court system takes so long and it's so confusing and it's so frustrating to have your business or your life hijacked by this dispute. And with dispute resolution, we get to stop talking about rights and who did what to whom, and instead start talking about how to solve that and heal it and move back to business, get back to doing what you love and just make this stressful situation go away. I love to help people get to that conclusion so that the stress just goes away and then they can get back to the business of business.
Yeah. And you get to prevent them or help them have no more sleepless nights. They can get in that 9 hours sleep that you're not getting.
Right? Exactly.
It is good work that we do. I am really proud of our industry. And if someone wanted to reach out and talk to you about the work you do or what mediation looks like or how you can best help them, what's the best way for them to find you?
Either on my law firm website, which is www.schwabe.com. I recognize that might be a difficult word. It's schwabe.com. And I'm also on LinkedIn, so you can find me there. Those are probably the two easiest places.
Right, perfect. Marin, thank you so much for having an idle chat with me. It was lovely getting to know you a bit.
Thank you, Natalie. It was a great time for me too.
All right, fantastic. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos with colleagues from around the world. And today I get to talk to a colleague in one of my favorite places on the planet, Nigeria. Eunice, my Nigerian colleague, how are you?
I'm very well, Natalie. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure seeing you and finally chatting with you.
It is absolutely my pleasure to have you. Like I said, Nigeria, big fan. My husband and I both love Africa, so you got our vote there. All right, Miss Eunice, are you ready for an idle chat?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm a bit nervous.
No, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. This is just for fun, and I promise no mediators will be harmed in the filming of an idle chat. I give my word. All right. So you know that we've got about 120 different questions here on the cards, and we just shuffle up the cards and the cards will dictate what it is that we are going to talk about. Okay.
Very well.
All right. So card number 1, Miss Eunice, do you prefer coffee or tea?
Coffee. I
Right.
take coffee because I want to stay alert. Most of the time, that's why I take coffee. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Coffee it is. And do you like your coffee hot or iced?
Hot.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Eunice, the next card reads, if you could have an all expenses paid trip to see any world monument, what would you choose to see?
I've been to Dubai. I would love to go back there again to see what Khalifa is. Yes, I would love to go back to Dubai.
Dubai. Yeah, really pretty, isn't it?
Thank you very well.
Really pretty. Good answer. All right. Eunice, if you had an opportunity to design a new banknote, whose face would you put on the bill?
A new banknote. Whose face will I put on it? That's a serious one. For which country?
I think that's up to you. You choose.
If I have to print a new note for Nigeria, whose face will I put? maybe I would choose one of our former governor in Lagos State, Fashola. He made a remarkable, it left a good footprint when he was the governor. But there are other heroes that one would want to remember and then put their face just to immortalize them. No, I think I will put some of the victims of NSAS. Last year, something happened. Was it last year? I think 2021, October 2020, something happened remarkably in Nigeria that where people protested and many people lost their lives. I would like to immortalize those people that lost their lives for the freedom of Nigeria. So I think I'll pick one of the faces, yes.
Eunice, I absolutely love that idea. That's genius, and good for you for having such a big heart to think of it.
Thank you.
I like that. Eunice, what habit do you have now that you wish you had started much earlier in your life?
Networking.
Why networking?
Yeah, I didn't have that earlier on in my life. I've always been a loner. I want to just get my things done as fast as possible. Even when I was in school, I get along with everybody. But once I moved on, I moved on. I don't look back. I don't keep relationship as such. But when I see it again, we reconnect where we dropped it. But now I get to follow up more with people, not just making impact, to follow up to know how you're faring, how you're doing. So I think I do that more now than I used to when I was younger.
That's a really good one. Those relationships are important, and you do have to make the effort to keep them going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Networking. All right. Oh, Miss Eunice, what is your favorite spectator sport?
My favorite what?
Spectator sport. What sport do you enjoy watching?
I don't know how to answer that. Well, just relax. Any sport is fine for me. The sport, I think I watch football because my husband loves it. So I want to sit down with him and watch it.
All right. Okay. Let's see. What is the best dessert?
Velvet cake. Ice cream. Velvet cake.
Can't argue with that. I mean, first it's dessert, but second, I think you're exactly right. I think you're exactly right. I'm on team Eunice with that one. Eunice, is there any particular word that you just constantly misspell, no matter how many times you try to memorize how it's spelled correctly?
Well, I'm trying to see which word. None is coming to mind now, especially now that we have technology. All this test and autocorrect words. So none is coming to mind now because I don't write with long hand again most of the time now. I use my system to type. So the system always suggests spelling to you. So I can't really pick that this is the word that I struggle to spell.
Right. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I suppose that is not a good question for a young person. That's more of an old person question. Yeah, you're probably right with that. All right, let's switch it up. Is there anything that you can't live without?
I can't live without talking. I talk for a living.
I'm going to need more information.
Well, when I was young, my parents used to remind me that, oh, you talk too much. I love to engage. I love to talk. I talk for a living. anywhere you find me, I'm trying to teach, I'm trying to impart. And then if I see myself not talking again, maybe I'm not alive again. In as much as I'm living, I'm talking, I'm imparting, I'm writing, and all of that. So I think talking, you can't take talking away from me.
All right. Well, you've definitely chosen the right career path then, my friend.
Yes, you can say that.
Yeah. All right. Eunice, who is the most creative person you know?
Well, I would say Jesus. I'm a person of faith. And each time I try to see how creative he has always been, looking at the history, the Bible, I can say that he's the most creative person. Sometimes it gives me idea. And I inspire so many things that you do that when you even confused, oh, how do I go about it? And the message just drops. So for me, it's Jesus Christ. Yes.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. Eunice, if you were given $10 million to open a museum, what kind of museum would you open?
Well, well. We have a lot of arts then, maybe to keep history, because you understand the future when you understand where people are coming from. So visions that we ensure that we have the history, how things happen, what are the effect, what are the history behind some exciting some things that are actually that we talk about. What's the history behind this park? What is the history behind this the monument that everybody's looking at? So I think I would like to keep something in that relation. Yeah, that's like.
I think that would be fascinating. That's a museum I would go to.
Thank you.
Eunice, what is your least favorite smell?
The least favorite smell.
Your least favorite smell.
I would say that when I was young, my mom used to do, I don't know if you know this type of fabric. In Nigeria, we call it Kampala. They use a kind of batik or paint to change, especially when you have cotton, they soak it, they use hydrosulfate, then kind of chemical together to change the nature of the clothes. I think the smell is very offensive, and I think it's the least favorite smell that I've experienced.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's, yeah. Yes. All right. Eunice, when was the last time you slept more than 9 consecutive hours?
That can't be far away. I think last month I was ill and I was forced to. I was given some kind of medication and then injection that actually made me to sleep like around clock. I hardly sleep. I sleep late and I wake up early. So I was forced to rest.
I mean, I really appreciate your answer. That's a terrible story, Eunice. Somebody roofied you. I mean, for your own good, but still. My gosh. Okay. Well,
you know, when you fail to rest, sometimes the body asks for it, and then you will not be forced to take the rest. I think that was what happened to me.
Right. No, I totally agree. When you're sick, when you're ill, you definitely need to rest. That's really important. But gosh, I was hoping that your answer would have been something a little bit more fun, like a vacation or a holiday. Not that you were ill.
Even during vacation, I still work.
Oh.
I do a lot of things. I blog, I do my law practice, I do mediation, volunteer in so many places. So I'm always busy doing something.
So maybe it's a good thing that you had to take a little medication to get the rest that you need. Yeah, before you wear yourself out. All right. Well, Eunice, thank you so much for joining me for an idle chat. I'm going to ask you the same last question that I ask all of my guests, and that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry that we work in?
What I love most, let me take it back. Why did I even get into this resolution industry? I was qualified to practice as a barrister and solicitor in Nigeria in 2008. And since then, I've been involved in litigation. I go to court. I'm a very mischievous person. I read a lot. So when I go to court, I'm prepared. I love it when I see you like get the other party on their toe. And all, it was fun for me. But at the time, it was not fulfilling. You fight over the period of time. At the end of the day, you may get judgment, but you look at it at what cost. I had a matter, I always tell my parties when I have a mediation, that I've read the decided authority. I was sure that my client was going to get judgment. And it took about 4 years before we could conclude the matter. And at the end of the day, the magistrate gave judgment, well, part in favor of my client and part not totally in favor of my client, which was totally against the decided cases, the precedent. But I looked at it, should I appeal this decision? How much was the money? It was just 500,000 naira. I think that would be about how much in dollars? You have to do that calculation. I think that should be about 1,000. It's not up to $1,000.
Yeah,
So
I
if
think
you
that
have
would,
to,
yeah, that would be
yes,
like $800.
yes. So I imagine that if we had embraced mediation, would have saved this stress. My client has spent so much, and this is where we are. So at that point, I went into mediation advocacy training, and we had to do pupillage at the Citizen Mediation Center in Nigeria. In one day, we resolved 5 cases. And all the parties were so happy. In fact, the issue that brought them before the sector was not the main issue. There were hidden issues that party was able to express themselves. They were able to lay out, this is why I'm asking this person to do this. And it was so fulfilling seeing people reuniting, see people being able to lay out, this is what I'm going through, this is how I feel, and mending relationship. It was a fulfilling moment for me. And I want to continue to be part of that process where you help people to resolve matter amicably and help them reconstruct or have a relationship that has been damaged. You see people, family matters that, from generations, cousins, they come together, they wept, they express themselves, and they reunited. It was a fulfilling moment for me. And I want to continue to be in that industry, bringing people together, helping people to resolve their matter in the most effective and efficient way.
Yeah, and it is just so magical when we can help people get there, isn't it?
Yes, very.
It is. Well, Eunice, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. If someone wants to learn more about you or your practice, what's the best way for them to reach out to you? Okay,
they can reach out to me on LinkedIn. My name, Eunice Olatunji. Then on my firm website, www.fcbalp.com. And they can send me a mail, eunice@gmail.com, or send to my firm, info@fcbalp.
Perfect. Thank you so much for spending some time with me today and letting me get to know you a little bit better. It's always so much fun to talk to one of my clients in Africa, or colleagues rather. It's always so much fun to talk to one of my colleagues in Africa.
Thank you for having me. I'm so delighted to have this chat with you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Take care.
One of these days to see you.
That's a deal. And we'll be back to Nigeria soon, I hope.
I'm looking forward to that.
All right. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today is a different format for idle chat. Several of my guests and colleagues have asked that I turn the tables on myself, and so have submitted various questions. But in order to get these questions asked, I have invited a very special guest interviewer whose mother has given me permission to do this. But I'd like to introduce you all to my granddaughter, Constance. Hi, Coco. How are you today, sweetheart?
Good.
Good. I understand that you and your mommy have put together some questions that you want to ask me for idle chat. Yeah, okay. Well, do you want to ask me what the first question is?
What was the best thing that happened to you today?
The best thing that happened to me today is getting to talk to you.
What is your secret talent?
What is my secret talent? I don't know that I really have a secret talent, but I think that one of my favorite talents is that most people feel better about themselves after talking to me. And that makes me feel really good too.
What is the best book?
What is the best book? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's a hard question. The best book. Can I choose two best books?
Yes.
I'm going to choose a book by Louisa May Alcott called The Long Fatal Love Chase. That's one of my favorite books. And then my second favorite book is a sort of suspense World War II book called The Eye of the Needle by Ken Follett. I really like that book.
What is your favorite sport to watch?
My favorite sport to watch is sumo wrestling. And I really liked watching sumo wrestling when Akebono was going after Emperor's Cup after Emperor's Cup after Emperor's Cup. He was amazing to watch.
If heaven exists, what do you think it looks like?
If heaven exists, what does it look like? In my mind, Coco, heaven looks like Trinity College Library in Dublin, Ireland, and it's just a never-ending series of book stacks where I can look up all the answers to all my questions. I get to smell those beautiful leather-bound books, and I can get lost in the Dewey Decimal System like I did when I was a kid. I think heaven is a library.
What is the craziest thing you have ever done in your life?
Craziest thing I've ever done in my life? Ooh, the craziest thing I've ever done in my life. There's a handful of them. Most are not really appropriate for recorded video content. Some of the good ones, though, I think I've done a lot of really fun things. One of the craziest things I did was when your mommy was little, maybe 6 years old, 7 years old. The whole family visited Brazil. It's one of our favorite places to travel to. And when she was little, we went to the Iguazu Falls, Foz de Iguazu. And we did the river rafting trip upstream right underneath the falls, but then we also hiked to the top. And at the top, there were some really crazily unsafe platforms that we walked on at the top of this incredibly huge falls. They were old and rickety and rusty and not at all safe. And I can't imagine what I was thinking as a parent that we continued out nearly as far as we did. I think that was one of the dumb, crazy things I've ever done. But other fun, crazy things, I've raced cars. I've gone whitewater rafting. I like all kinds of fun adrenaline sports.
You have traveled around the world. What is your favorite place and why?
I have traveled around the world a lot. My favorite place is generally wherever I am at that particular moment. I just really like travel. I like the experience. I like seeing new places and meeting new people. I like learning about new stories and new histories. And I like dancing to new music and trying different food. I don't really have a favorite. I guess maybe it depends on the season. You know, some places I think are more fun or more beautiful in different seasons, but for the most part, I like wherever I am.
Pancakes or crepes?
Pancakes or crepes. Man, you guys are putting the screws to me now. Pancakes or crepes. Don't tell Poppy, okay? But I like pancakes best. But shh, that's just between you and me.
If you had a bewitched nose to make things happen, what would you do first?
Oh, if I had a bewitched nose, like Samantha on Bewitched, where she does that thing with her nose, does her witchcraft. If I could do that, what would I want with my bewitched nose? I think it would go twinkle, twinkle, twinkle like that. And then I would wish to have all of my family and friends with me all the time.
What is your favorite color?
I think you know the answer to that question, Coco. What is my favorite color?
Shiny.
Shiny. That is right. That's my favorite color.
Most of us have those. You know you're not in America when during overseas travel. What are your most and least favorite? You know you're not in America when moments.
Oh, I understand the question. Okay, so I know I'm not in America when I'm confronted with a Turkish toilet. That's my least favorite. Not a fan. My favorite reminder that I'm not in America is siesta. I really like that. You know, we take long lunches and everything is closed for lunch. I think siesta is my favorite non-American tradition.
If you could meet anyone in the world, alive or dead, who would that person be and why?
Is that somebody that I'm meeting new for the first time or somebody that I already have known and want to see again?
I think it's new.
Somebody new, alive or dead. Wow, that's a really big pool of choices. I think that I would like to meet a journalist. Her name is Christiane Amanpour. And I think that she has had an incredibly fascinating life and career. And I would love to chat to her about her experiences and opinions about the world.
What is your favorite comedy movie and why?
Oh, that's easy. My very favorite comedy movie is The Princess Bride. I think it's brilliant.
That's my mom's.
Yeah. Do you know who read her that story when she was little and got her first copy of that movie?
What is your Your colleagues wonder if would you sing a song with me?
My colleagues want to know if I would sing a song with you. I will sing a song with you all day, every day for as long as you want me to, but not on YouTube because I'm really, really bad at singing. But privately, just you and me in the car with the windows rolled up and Bohemian Rhapsody playing on the stereo. Absolutely, sweetheart.
What is your favorite animated movie?
Favorite animated movie has to be Coco.
If you could be any flower, what would you be?
I could be any flower. If I could be any flower, I think I would want to be a daisy.
I would like to be a rose. I like
Oh.
roses.
Rose, I think I want to be a daisy. Daisies are just so happy.
This is the last one. Name the first item on your bucket list.
First item on my bucket list. You know, I've never really had a bucket list. I know. Do you have a bucket list?
I never had a bucket list, only a list to clean stuff.
Just chores list. Yeah, that's not exactly the same thing, is it? A bucket list. I don't really have a bucket list. I suppose of the things I want to do, it is just to get home to you. That's the number one priority on my list of things I want to do. Is that your last question, Coco?
Yes.
It is? Okay. Thanks very much for interviewing me for an idle chat. I really appreciate you
You are welcome.
spending your time with me. That's very nice.
You are welcome.
All right. Thanks, sweetheart. I love you very much. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Okay. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and this is another in the series of Idle Chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section 4 Dispute Resolution. And I want to introduce you to a colleague who lives just north of Phoenix. This is Alexis. Hi, Alexis.
Good morning, Natalie. How are you?
Doing very well, thanks. Hey, thanks for being brave enough to join me for an Idle Chat.
Happy to be here this morning. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, excellent. So you know the name of the game. We shuffle the cards and then we really do have an idle chat. So
Perfect.
mix things up here a little bit and off we go. Alexis, what is your least favorite household chore?
Oh, I was hoping I'd get this one. It is by far unloading the dishwasher. I despise unloading the dishwasher. I don't know what it is. I don't mind loading it. I don't mind washing the dishes, but when they're clean, I do not want to put them away.
Okay. All right. Well, luckily you live with other people and you can outsource that end of the thing.
I try.
Next question. What is the best holiday at your house?
Oh, wow. Well, we celebrate a lot of holidays here. I'm going to have to go with Halloween because, you know, I do have kids and they're just a lot of fun in terms of making costumes and wanting to put up decorations. And I enjoy personally seeing the trick-or-treaters trying to have something a little bit spooky for them, but not so terrifying that they don't want to come to the door. And I like to dress up myself. I've always loved Halloween. And I think that's going to be my choice. I also really enjoy fall. We don't get a lot of true fall here in the desert, but with Halloween decorations and pumpkins and fake dried leaves, I can at least pretend for a week or two that it's fall here in the desert.
Well, that's what Halloween is all about.
Absolutely, it's all pretend.
All pretend. All right, now I know when to come visit you. What is your favorite app on your telephone?
Oh, I like Headspace, which is a meditation app. And it's got meditations. Now they even have stretching and some other kinds of physical movement type meditations on there. They have soothing music if you're having trouble falling asleep. But what I love is the meditations are lots of different lengths. And what I find sometimes, especially if I'm early to a meeting or maybe even stuck in traffic, there's usually something I can put on that's, kind of soothing and calming. But I love showing up somewhere early, popping a short meditation on, listening to it in the car, which is actually my favorite place to sit and meditate. And I think that app Headspace makes it really easy. There's some others too that I've tried, but Headspace is the one I keep coming back to.
All right. On my Apple Watch has a little reminder, and it reminds me about 3 times a day to stop, push the chair away from the desk, take a deep breath, go look at the flowers, go water the plants on the terrace, go, do the thing with the dog, just take a minute. And I think that's really nice. I think it's very, very helpful.
It's important, and especially, in a profession where you need to be calm and you need to be open to receiving information and emotion from other people. It's important to give some space to yourself to help process that and then be ready for whatever's going to come during the day.
Boy, that is so true. All right, next question. What outdoor activity haven't you tried yet, but would like to in future?
Oh, cross-country skiing, which I know sounds crazy because I live in Arizona now, but I'm originally from Wisconsin and grew up with a lot of winter activities. I learned to downhill ski far too late. I was, I think, 12 or 13 the first time I got on skis. And so I've remained a little bit terrified of downhill. But I have this theory that I would really love cross country because I happen to enjoy winter. I love being outside and love playing in the snow. I haven't had the chance. I'm not back in snowy climates much in the winter, but one of these days I'm going to get out there on cross country skis.
There you go. Well, just 4 hours north of you, you've got Flagstaff. You'll have to take a little road trip and go try it on for size.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
No
it's a good one. It's enough. All right. Next question. Who is your favorite cartoon or comic book character?
Oh, wow. Well, growing up, it was definitely Wonder Woman. I loved everything about Wonder Woman. I actually still love Wonder Woman. I thought Gal Gadot was a great Wonder Woman, but I wanted to be Linda Carter's Wonder Woman. And I wanted the invisible plane, and I wanted the lasso, and I especially wanted the tiara. So I think I've got to stick with that classic and say Wonder Woman, always and forever.
I had the lunchbox.
So did I.
Wow. Yeah. The good old days when people had lunchboxes.
Absolutely.
All right. If you were to enter a talent show, what would you be performing for us?
Oh, well, I was a pretty good musician in high school, and I sort of abandoned that when I got to college. So part of me says I would play the piano for you, which is my best instrument these days, although I don't practice as much as I should. But I secretly really love writing poetry and making up rhymes. So I think my preference would be I would do some spoken word for you. Maybe a little rap, probably to the embarrassment of my family. But, I think I'll go with the poetry because it's a little bit more unexpected.
Excellent talent to have. I like that answer very much. Now, the next question, somewhat divisive.
Okay.
Not obligated to answer, but if you feel so inclined, does pineapple have any business being on pizza?
No. I can't do it. I'm not into mixing the sweet and the savory like that. And also I think it's too juicy. I like nice crisp pizza. And for me, pineapple is just a little bit too soft and squishy. I also, probably less common, I object to mushrooms on pizza for the same reason. It's a texture kind of thing for me. If they're hidden under the cheese, I'll eat them. But if I know they're there, I'll go around them or I'll pick them off. So I'm going to take a hard pass on the pineapple, Natalie.
I don't want to say you're wrong, but that was not the right answer. All right. Next question. What profession other than ADR would you most like to try?
I would love to be a writer. I would love to be a writer. So, you know, my poetry comment earlier, I've got my little notebooks with my list of topics for poems. I've had some ideas for children's books off and on, but I don't really think of myself as a writer, even though I write in a professional context. And, you know, it's something I'd really like to try, maybe someday.
Someday, so tomorrow could be the beginning of your someday. You just
It
gotta
could be. I'm going to go skiing and write a poetry book.
do it. Just got to do it. All right. And then I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests on the Idle Chat. And that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry and the work that we do?
Oh, I love the creativity. I love that we're not confined by the remedies that a court can craft. I love that we are free to structure a process in a way that works best for the litigants, that they're not confined to a certain order of things or a certain mode or method or timing of meeting. And I love the piece that you sometimes see on people's faces at the end of something, the relief when it sinks in and they realize we have solved this problem. So you spend this time being creative with someone, being in the trenches with them, outside of the confines of the legal system, which I think sometimes just isn't the best way to truly solve an underlying issue. And then you get rewarded with that sense of peacefulness and calm that comes from somebody realizing that a stressful time in their life is over. And that's not just true for the plaintiff's side. Litigation can be stressful for a corporate defendant as well. And it's I think, very rewarding to see the benefit of that.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And if someone were interested in getting in touch with you, what's the best way for them to do that?
Best way for them to do that is to reach out to me through email or on my website, which is my full name, alexispfeiffer.com. And my email address is just my first initials, ap@alexispfeiffer.com. I do virtual and in-person mediations in and around Arizona, focusing on employment and personal injury disputes. I'm always happy to meet new counsel, meet new clients, and work on solving their problems.
Excellent. Well, they would be lucky to have you. Thanks so much for joining me for an Idle Chat. It's been a pleasure to get to know you a little bit.
Same, Natalie, and next time you're in Phoenix, drop by and maybe we'll drive up north and go skiing.
Good plan. I like it very much. All right. Thanks very much.
Take care.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and I am having an Idle Chat with the very mobile Buddy in Phoenix, who tells me that he spends a good majority of his practice time in a car. Hi, Buddy.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, I don't have a choice. It's definitely a vertical, not a vertical space out here. It's very horizontal.
That's just Phoenix for you.
Absolutely.
So all right.
So how can I help you?
Buddy, my friend, ex-professional bowler, I'm going to shuffle up these 120 cards, and they are going to give us the Idle Chat topics that you and I will be talking about for the next few minutes.
Alrighty.
And cards shuffled. Sir, the first card reads, imagine that you're moving to another country and you can have only a single carry-on. What would you be packing in that carry-on?
I would be packing at least one book. That would probably be my priority. I would pick a book that would give me some kind of an anchoring point for working within that culture. My doctorate is in cross-cultural competency, so I probably have easily 100 books on different cultures from places around the world, and it's just something that I just really love to do. Very curious about other people.
Very nice. I can highly recommend a book about the Netherlands called The Undutchables. Excellent read if you're going to be visiting or moving to Holland.
Oh, that will go on my list.
All right. Next question, sir. Is there anything you can think of that is actually better broken than whole?
Yeah, well, it depends on your perspective, I guess. But one of the things that I find is always better broken is in the eating space is a loaf of bread. A lot of people think of bread as sliced bread. I think of bread as loaves of bread that you take out of the oven. And when you're sharing bread, I like to break off pieces of the bread and dunk it in whatever I'm drinking, sometimes hot tea. And so you can't really dunk a full loaf of bread, right? So yes, the pieces of bread, and when we buy cookies and things like that, we like to buy the broken ends because they're easier to dunk usually. So
Breaking bread. I like that very much. All right, sir. What food do you crave most often?
I really, really, really like shrimp. It's the number one food that I eat. Usually when I go out, I'll have shrimp salad or I'll have some type of a shrimp scampi. A lot of people look at me. I grew up in Texas, so they think, well, you're going to order a steak or whatever. And I'm like, no, I'm actually going to have the shrimp salad. I like to just be that way. When I was in the military, I spent a lot of time on the coasts and I don't like crabs, so I pivoted to shrimp.
Fair enough. Not like there's a wrong answer to that one, but shrimp, it's a good choice. All right. Is there, buddy, as you're driving, spending so much time in your car, any particular song that you feel absolutely compelled to sing along to?
You know, I'm not much of a sing-along type music guy. I'm a classical music guy, but I really like David Arkenstone's music, and my favorite piece that I hum along to and really enjoy when it comes on is Across the Great Oceans, which is obviously it's just an instrumental, but it's very empowering. It just gives you a sense of how small you are compared to the space around you, and I think that's very empowering. Yeah, I've never been much for vocal music.
That's all right. It's whatever moves you, right?
Absolutely.
Next question. What is the worst thing that you've ever eaten, just to be polite?
I went into a restaurant and I wanted to have a slice of pumpkin pie, and it was in the deep South. And one of the servers, instead of bringing me pumpkin pie, brought me sweet potato pie. And they look very similar, but they don't taste anything alike. And I just absolutely abhor sweet potatoes. I just can't stand them from my youth. So it was like, yeah, I immediately spit it out and just couldn't eat it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's food trauma. That's not all right.
Yeah.
All right, buddy, if you were ever to meet a time traveler, do you have any particular question that you'd want to ask them? Let's make up they're from 200 years in the future. What question would you ask a time traveler who comes to us 200 years from the future?
I would want to know what the demographic makeup of the population is. I want to know what humanity did, what changes did we make, where did we end up 200 years from today? Given how divisive the world is right now and how conflicted we are about socializing and in-group and out-group, I want to know, did we actually grow and learn out of that? Did we turn into something better?
Yeah, and if we got better, how did we do it? So we can expedite the
Exactly.
process.
Yeah, that I would love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. Yes.
Right, really good one. Buddy, what do you like most about yourself?
I'm a natural extrovert. I love to interact with people. When my kids were teenagers and we would go into the grocery store and I would break out into a conversation with someone in the checkout line, they would poke at me and say, you are, embarrassing us. And I'm like, you know what? A stranger is just a friend you haven't met yet. You need to live your life openly, not necessarily trusting everybody implicitly without reservation, but you really should be open enough to let people come into your space so that you can find out who they are, because otherwise you're never going to understand people. Society won't have you. And so that's probably my strongest point, is I have no filter about extroversion.
All right. And buddy, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests as the very last question. And that is, what do you love most about the work that we do in the resolution industry?
The thing that I get the biggest kick out of is when people take something that they have learned in the process and they embed it into their thinking moving forward. It isn't that we help people resolve conflict, it's that we teach them life skills. I don't do divorce in my mediation, even though I own a mediation company. I refer that to my other mediators, because I've been married 48 years. I believe that there's no such thing as a conflict you cannot resolve. I think that, you know, when you run into that impenetrable barrier or you run into that immovable object, you have to work a get around, not just get frustrated, not get angry, not get conflicted. So when I see people grow in the moment, grow through the process, I believe that I've done my job. If someone walks out the door and they just resolved one conflict, but they haven't changed their demeanor and the way they look at the world, I failed. That's how I feel about it.
What a lovely way to look at the work we do. Really, really nice perspective. I like that a lot, buddy. And if someone is interested in learning more about you and your practice in particular, what's a good way for them to reach out to you?
Well, I do have a website. It's www.bctmediationsplus.com, or they can find me on LinkedIn or Alignable. My wife monitors my Facebook page. I don't go there very often, but and plus I have my published books on Amazon. So, and those have my contact information in the back of them. So anybody can always get a hold of me. My author page on Amazon also has my information. And I'm a coach and a mediator. That's what I do.
Fantastic. Buddy, thank you so much for having an idle chat with me. This is the first time I've been able to interview an ex-professional bowler in my lifetime.
Well, you know, I spent
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos. Today, I get to talk to a colleague in Vicenza, Italy. Is that correct, Marino? Vicenza?
Yes, that's correct. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you also. So Marino, you know, because you've seen some of the other idle chat videos, that I have all of these questions on the cards. And we just shuffle the cards like this. And then we have an idle chat. Marino, the first card is, sir, what do you like most about yourself?
About myself, as at first not an easy question, but for myself, I like my curiosity, and I like my ability to be able to solve conflict, to help to solve conflict, because I am a lawyer also and a mediator, and I like to when I be in the third position, I feel comfortable. It's not easy, but I feel more comfortable.
Those are two really good qualities, curiosity and creativity.
Creativity, yes, is one that is one thing that the people that come to mediate with me, they appreciate this, so they appreciate this, and it's good.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that that's exactly right. Very good answer. Marino, have you ever eaten a food that was just terrible, but you had to eat it to be polite?
My name is Marino. That is the man from the sea. Sea is mare in Italian. and Marino is the man of the sea. And I don't like fish. Because I think that I'm a man of sea, and so I can eat something about me. So I especially not cook fish is I think is terrible. This is my my thing. Other things I like to eat, and so there's no problem for other things.
Right. But the irony, my friend, it's Shakespearean.
Yeah. Okay.
Very, very nice. Very nice. Marino, what is the most used app on your smartphone?
Oh, I like I use a lot of social network, and so I Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And I like my favorite things to do is prepare pizza, cook pizza, and photograph. And also make photo of pizza. I like to post on the Sunday. I have the Sunday pizza day, and so I prepare pizza. And there are a lot of people that wait for my photo of pizza. And also, so Instagram is a way to show photo, and I like also to make a photo of something that make me emotion, and so I like to make a photo. And they say some people say that it's good how I do it with telephone, not with the professional instrument, but with the cell phone. I capture the situation, and it's my one of my things.
But I like it. Again, you have to be creative. It's an art form.
Yeah, it's a way to see something, and I like to show, and it's a way to when I post something in LinkedIn, I always attach a photo that is not about the argument, but about my city or other things that I saw, and I know that is a way to capture attention, because a photo is more than a text to capture attention.
That's exactly right. It's an excellent way to communicate. Marino, if you had to move to another country, you have to leave Italy, and you can take only one sack, what would you pack in your sack?
Well,
Obviously, your smartphone.
all with what I can take with me to go away. The smartphone, yes, because to communicate, and I don't know, my maybe my pizza instrument, my cooking pizza instrument, and the flour to have a cooking pizza set, so I can do something different in my life, and to do it. So it's an idea.
That is an excellent way to pack a suitcase, my friend. All right. Marino, since we're talking about traveling, the next card fits right in. When you're flying on an airplane, the person who sits in the middle seat, do they get the armrest to the left, the armrest to the right, or do they get both armrests?
Armrest, what you mean? Sorry for my...
You know, when you're sitting in the airplane seat and you put your arm down on the support, the person in the middle, do they get the support on the left, the support on the right, or do they get the both?
Well, me, I try to don't do this, because I think that is something for to occupy the space of the other, and so I try to do, but I have no preference. Okay.
Sometimes it's a strange situation, yeah.
Yeah, yes, but I think that I can. Well, I have a long travel from Istanbul to Rome to Venice once, and I was in economy, and it was very so with the other people, and I stay all time very fixed.
It can be very uncomfortable, but you're very polite.
Yes, but at the end of the flight, about 1 hour before arriving, a steward come to me and ask me, if you want, you can go in first class. And I was, I think, the only or quite only European in the plane. So maybe they see my situation and they ask me, and I appreciate.
That we have sympathy for this poor Italian man squished in the small seat.
Maybe for this.
That's okay. That's perfectly acceptable. Marino, do you play any musical instruments?
I play guitar, and I learned to play guitar to play the song Hotel California because it was my preferred song, and I want to learn to play guitar for that. When I was young, in the last year, I did not play too much, but I have a guitar, and sometime I take out and have some exercise just to do. But I like music, so it's a way to. It's also a way to socialize and to have. So it was nice.
Yeah, and your choice of an Eagles song is top drawer, my friend.
I like that song, and when I was in travel in England to learn English school, like we have on Easter on holiday, we go to England to learn, and there was a animator, a leader, a courier that play guitar and make me interested to this and this, for this song. So I like I go on and I try to. I'm not a so good singer, but I play the guitar the same.
You don't have to be a good singer. You just have to feel the passion in the lyrics. Marino, how many hours per day do you spend on the internet?
On the internet, well, it's quite, I think 4 or 5 hours maybe, because I check, I work in Italy. We have, I am a lawyer, and we have internet system to make, to work with the court. So we have to send by internet the act, the memories, everything, and so we need to have internet open all day and and during the work. On the evening, no, at home, no, you know, during the weekend, I try to not use internet. I prepare pizza on Sunday, so I have no time for this.
Well, you have a much better handle on the internet, I think, than a lot of people. Good for you. And Marino, for my last question, it's the same question that I ask all of the people I chat with, and that is, what do you love most about the mediation work and the resolution work that you do?
I see some answer. I think it's the same, to feel comfortable when you help people to find a solution, and to be the one that can see something that they cannot see, and help the parties to have a different point of view. That is a way to help people. This is in Italy. We have a particular system of mediation with a first meeting that they have, the people, the parties decide if go on or not. That we have to do, and so it's not mediation, but is asking if they want. In this meeting, I try to understand if I can, if they want, and if I can do something to help them. And so I try to explain them that is an opportunity to solve the conflict, and this. What then when I go on and I find out, I help them to find an agreement. I feel well.
Yeah. It is very satisfying work when you finish the day and people are in a better position or a better place. in the evening after they leave your office than when they arrived in the morning?
When I finish the meeting of mediation with an agreement, I feel very tired and because I do a lot, but there is a lot of satisfaction and I feel good. And,
Yeah, it is very good work. And hello, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of Idle Chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today I have as a guest a colleague, Gabor Farkas. How are you, Gabor?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. Are you ready to have a little idle chat with me?
I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, good. Now I know you've seen some of the other interviews, so you know that we just shuffle the cards and the cards dictate what we're going to be talking about. Gabor, where are you right now?
I'm in Geneva, Switzerland.
In Switzerland. Very nice. Okay. My friend, first card, who would you nominate to have their own reality TV show?
I don't think I would nominate anyone. I don't like reality TV shows very much. They don't paint an accurate picture of reality. It's distorted.
Yeah, not a lot of reality on reality TV. All right.
So yeah, maybe Jordan Peterson, because I've been watching a lot of his videos and he would probably say, have a perspective on reality that is closer to reality than what reality TV shows usually depict.
Good choice. Good choice. Yeah. Reality TV is not my favorite either, but it has become a mainstay in Western culture, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been actually looking into that and to see where it all comes from. And there used to be in the 90s a girl who started an experiment that was called Janie Cam, where she put up a camera and she was filming everything that was happening in her life. And it became a huge, huge success. And the first reality TV show was produced, I think, a few years after that. And I think that she was a pioneer. I think it started from the same idea that Andy Warhol had when he was filming someone throughout a night of sleep. You know, they put up a camera and he was filming someone, and it was an idea of documenting what happens in real life, but it took proportions that she wasn't ready for.
I'm sure. Yeah, I bet it can get ugly. Sir, what is the spiciest thing you've ever eaten?
I guess it has to be something in Thailand, Thai food, made in the countryside by Thai people for themselves. Yeah, it's really, really, really spicy.
It is, for me, almost not possible, some of the dishes that come around. Yeah. Thailand, they do spicy very well. Gabor, what is your favorite way to get some exercise?
To walk.
Do you walk in the city? Do you walk in the countryside, in a park? Where do you like to walk?
I'm in Geneva, we have a lot of very green areas. And so, yeah, it's a mix of this. I'm in a little bit, I'm still in the city, but there are a lot of parks. So it feels like the countryside, even though you don't have big fields, but there are woods and fields and nice places. So yeah, if you go on the same or similar routes throughout the seasons, you see different things.
So you get to see the colors change and the
Exactly.
trees change.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's very nice. That's something that a lot of large cities are, I think, lacking. Geneva's lucky in that way.
Yeah, we have a beautiful green areas, and it's hard to preserve them.
Yeah, harder and harder these days. Gabor, what is the most amazing physical feat that you've ever managed?
Oh, most amazing. I don't know. Climbing a mountain, maybe. I don't know.
Right?
I
I think
wouldn't know. I haven't kept track of special physical feats. I haven't done anything outstanding or outlandish. So yeah, maybe when I was younger, climbing a mountain when I wasn't really trained for that. So yeah, maybe that.
impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's impressive. All right. Gabor, if magic were real, what spell would you want to learn first?
Um,
D'être un chat noir ou quelque chose comme ça?
I suppose it would be, it would have to do with something that makes people feel good about themselves.
You're a good sir. You're a good soul, sir. Nice answer. Gabor, what always cheers you up?
Hmm. That's what always cheers me up. Probably it will have to do with intelligence, you know, something that shows that it's thought out, it's positive and clever in a way that is constructive to take into account not just individual needs, but collective needs.
Very nice. I like that answer very much. Gabor, what is the best dessert?
What is the best dessert? I don't know. There's so
If you
many.
don't say Swiss chocolate, oh my goodness.
Well, you know, chocolate in itself is not a dessert. It's a treat. It's but chocolate mousse or tarte tatin or there's so many different things. Cooking is one of the things that it's one of my favorite hobbies. So I like to try new things. So, like for instance, chocolate mousse. There are so many different recipes, and doing it the hardest way allows you to eat it at room temperature. Usually, when you have a chocolate mousse, you take it out of the fridge and you eat it, because if you let it warm up to room temperature, then it doesn't have the same consistency. But if you do it the hard way, which is making something that is called pâte à bombe, then you can keep it at room temperature and eat it at room temperature, and you have all the flavors of the chocolate.
That takes a lot of effort and dedication by the chef, though. J'aime bien les petits soufflés avec c'est quoi ça, le sirop orange et un peu de Grand Marnier. Oh my gosh.
Les baba au rhum.
Oof. Oh, Baba Rom. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. And Gabor, I'll ask you the same last question that I ask all of my guests, and that is, what do you love most about the work that we do in the resolution industry?
Empowering people with the ability to make their own choices.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, my friend. Well, thank you so much for joining me for an idle chat. It was lovely getting to know you a little bit better.
You're welcome. What do you like about the most about the thing that we do?
I like that I like what we do for many reasons. I like that we put people's fates back in their own hands, not in the hands of a court, not in the hands of a file clerk, not in the hands of an attorney. They get to decide for themselves what their future looks like. So I think in that way, we provide them a better opportunity to have a durable, reasonable resolution to their issues, concerns, and conflicts. I like that using our processes, people get the therapeutic benefit of being able to tell their own story and not have it reread or regurgitated by a second or even third hand party. And I think that that's important, that people get to speak for themselves. They get to be heard. And I like that. I think for the most part, people are better off leaving our offices than they were when they came into our offices. I think we do really good work.
Yes, or we are in the initial stages of the good work that they will have to do on themselves also, which they realize. I would like to ask you another question. Maybe it's not something, we can edit it if you want out, but I seem to remember that in a conversation maybe 2 or 3 years ago, you told me that you're not mediating yourself. And I was wondering, because you are very, very active and do a lot of very interesting work around promoting mediation. And I was wondering, why not?
You know, there just came a point where I decided that the help I could offer, I could have an exponential impact on the market as opposed to an arithmetic impact on our industry. So the more mediators I help, the more good work they can do versus me alone just mediating one case at a time. And so my impact is to help hundreds of mediators do good work as opposed to just having my own mediation practice. But I really like the work I do. I really like being an entrepreneur. I have 7 people that work for me. I work long days, weekends, nights. I travel, I speak, because I really, really love our industry. But I think that I'm really happy with my choice at business consulting and marketing and helping other mediators.
That's a great answer. Now, let me return the magic questions onto you. If you had a magic wand, or if you could learn magic, what would you change about the industry?
What would I change about our industry? I would like for us to be able to remove the A in our acronym. I have never appreciated that word. I think it has always held us back, that we are the alternative to the norm. I would like for our industry to be the first step, to be the go-to step, to be the normal first thing that we all do. We shouldn't be the alternative. We should be.
Interesting that you use the word alternative. You know that in French, I was in Angers recently, and more people don't use the word alternative. They keep the A though, and they replace it with amicable, which to me is better.
Much better. Much, much better. Yeah. You know, a long time.
I never liked this expression alternative dispute resolution, because a duel where people are fencing or firing at each other is also could be also considered an alternative dispute resolution. Yeah. So I never liked this word alternative.
No, if I could cast a magic spell, it would be to remove that.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would enjoy having more conversations with you, because there's so much to learn on from each other's perspective, and enlighten our practices.
You are absolutely right. Vous avez raison. All right. Thank you so much. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin, and I'm talking with a colleague from Hong Kong today. This is Elizabeth Chan. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, Natalie. Delighted to be here.
Well, thanks very much for joining me for an idle chat. So you and I, we've got all of these questions on cards. We'll give the cards a shuffle. We'll find out what it is that we're going to talk about. How are things in Hong Kong today?
It's really lovely. The weather is good.
Good, good for you. Lucky, very lucky. All right, Miss Elizabeth, if you were to meet a time traveler, what question do you think you would want to ask that person?
Right now, I'd be really interested in someone from the future. And because I follow a lot about the metaverse, I want to know how much time people are spending in the metaverse and how much time they're spending in the physical world and how those two parts blend together.
Right? Are we really going to end up as a Ready Player One society?
There could be the ambition. I'm not sure we'll necessarily get that. I actually read the book this year and really enjoyed it. It's really fun. But that is just owned by one company. So at this stage of development, there's a lot of companies involved in building the metaverse. So let's see what happens. So yeah, so the Ready Player One idea of the metaverse is still very much centralized. I'd be interested to know that if it develops in the future, whether it might be more decentralized and what if there's a bit more of a mix between centralized and decentralized metaverses.
That's a really good question to ask and one I hadn't thought of for myself. I like the way you think. Elizabeth, is there any song that you feel absolutely compelled to sing along to when you hear it played on the radio?
Gosh, so many. One that springs to mind is Affirmation by Savage Garden. I have loved that band since forever. And actually, I think we played Truly, Madly, Deeply, or I Knew I Loved You at our wedding, which was in our my parents-in-law living room. And my husband played it as I was like walking through through the corridor into the living room. But one that I love to sing to is Affirmation. I think it's really lovely to be able to say, you know, I believe this and I believe that. And there's some really lovely lines in that song, including, you know, I believe I'm loved when I'm completely by myself alone. And I really love that really self-affirming part of the song.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to go out into the world and be the warrior that you are.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Miss Elizabeth, Hong Kong has a lot of good food. What food do you crave most often?
I crave this all the time, and it is the condensed milk toast, which is offered at the Australian Dairy Milk Company in Jordan. It's absolutely delicious. And in addition to the milk toast, I also recommend the breakfast where you get the world's best scrambled eggs, and then you get fluffy, thick toast as well, and you get ham and macaroni and a soup macaroni, and you get it all for such a cheap price. It's wonderful.
One of the things I miss most about Asia is nasi goreng for breakfast.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, we don't have anything we don't have anything like that in France, not even close. All right. Elizabeth, if you never needed to sleep again, you could just stay awake for forever and always maintain an active mind and lots of energy, what would you do with all of the extra time that you save?
I would spend it with my family. I have a 20-month-old who is just adorable, and I have a wonderful husband as well. And we're really lucky as I've got my parents-in-law here and my family as well. And we already, spend a lot of time together as a family. But if I had more hours in a day, I'd love to dedicate it to them.
Aren't you just the loveliest person on the planet? My goodness. And a 20-month-old. Wow. Good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Natalie.
Elizabeth, it's kind of I don't know, maybe an old-fashioned idea, but do you have a good luck charm?
Oh, I think it must be my husband. He's always got a very good idea. Perhaps not so much a charm, but he's really good at observing what I do and helping me to nudge me in the right direction. So, he encouraged me to think about moving back to Hong Kong. And so I joined my current firm earlier this year, and I've just been so happy to be back in Hong Kong with my family, and really delighted to immerse myself again in Chinese culture. You know, I'm focusing a lot on my Mandarin now. And I'm just I'm so glad. And I just feel like, you know, the thing that I do with my husband together would be very, very lucky.
Yeah, create the luck. Of course we can. Next card. What is the coldest you've ever been?
Oh, I think living in the US. So I did my master's at Yale in New Haven, and then I spent almost a year in New York, and I found the winters really, really cold. Like, you know, having to wear snow boots every day just to get around and seeing the snow turn to slush. That was extremely cold. Somewhere that might be colder though is where my mother-in-law is from. So she's from Canada, and I think she's from Saskatchewan. She says it's extremely cold there. So if I ever visit Saskatchewan, maybe that will be the coldest place I've ever been to.
I'm pretty sure you'll have to change your answer. New England is cold, but the tundra in Saskatchewan, that's going to win every time.
Yeah.
Every time. All right. Elizabeth, if you owned a restaurant, what kind of food would you be serving?
Oh, definitely Cantonese food. That's my favorite food. Probably all the cuisines, and I'm a foodie. And so I think I've actually wanted to do this for a while, which is to sell my mom's cooking. She does some really amazing meals. But my favorite would be something called moi moi tofu. So it's actually a Taiwanese dish, actually, this one, not Cantonese, but she learned it from a friend a long time ago. And moi moi tofu is like little sister's tofu. And that was a nickname that I had growing up because I was the youngest girl in my family.
That's lovely. Well, Cantonese food is really good. I will agree with you. I would go to that restaurant. And Elizabeth, before I let you go, let me ask you the same question that I always ask of my guests as the last question. And that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry and the work that we do?
Oh, so many things. I love international arbitration. I think what I love most about it is how international it is. So every case that I do will involve a different law, different procedural rules, a counsel from different countries, clients from different countries, arbitrators from different countries. And I think it's really interesting to consider what those cultural elements, what impact those cultural elements have. You know, even in the way that we run international arbitrations, for example, is it adversarial or is it more inquisitorial? Do we have a tribunal appointed expert, or do the parties appoint? I think these are questions, these cross-cultural communication issues are ones that you really have to think about, and they're quite nuanced and can be quite tricky as well. And what I also love is just meeting people from all around the world, from all different cultures. So I just came back from the ICA Congress in Edinburgh, where there were, I think, 1,300 arbitration practitioners from all over the world. And that's just definitely been one of the highlights of my career.
How fun. Good for you. Well, I'm so glad you were able to join me for an idle chat today. I really appreciate your time and letting me get to know you a little bit better.
Thanks so much, Natalie. And I hope you'll be in the hot seat next time.
We'll switch it around, I promise. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Natalie.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Cool. Great. Thank you very much.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association section for dispute resolution. Today, I get to talk to a lovely, lovely colleague, South African, living in Philadelphia, United States of America. Everybody, this is Melanie. Melanie, how are you?
I'm good, Natalie. Thank you so much for having me on. It's wonderful to be here.
Oh, well, I really appreciate you spending your valuable time with me. So, Melanie, idle chats, we've got a bunch of questions on the cards. We give the cards a shuffle.
I'm nervous.
And right, don't be nervous. I promise no mediators will be harmed in the filming of this video. All right, the first card, ma'am. What was cool when you were young, but is definitely not cool today?
Well, at the risk of giving away my age, at various intervals, bell bottoms were cool. But it comes and goes. But at a particular time, they were super cool. And when you wore them, you felt really cool.
So true. And when you wore them, you could put platform shoes under the big bell. So people like me who were super short, you could feel very statuesque. And some of us who were nerdier than some other people would spend hours and hours putting fancy embroidery work on our jeans.
Yep. Or a goofy cartoon or something embroidered. We had a lot of fun with those.
Yeah. Tweety bird, that's what I had on mine. Well, I so apologize to that. Yeah, the whole generation. Yeah. All right. Bell bottoms. All right. Now, Melanie, what is scarier to you? Snakes or spiders?
That's a really good question. Born and raised in Africa, there were a lot of snakes and spiders. I would go with spiders because somehow I found snakes fascinating, and which are the dangerous ones, the poisonous ones. I mean, I lived quite a lot in the bush, went out and safari often on the ground, wore the right shoes, encountered snakes. I would never play with them, and I wouldn't want to have one as a pet. But spiders are kind of creepier, like you don't know that they're on you, and they're sort of creepy. So for me, I find spiders scarier.
I'm on Team Spider too. All right. Melanie, do you prefer things to be carefully planned, or are you just the kind of a go with the flow sort of a person?
I love that question. I'm an easygoing person, and I do go with the flow, and I'm good at that. I don't mind it at all. And in fact, I like the excitement of it. However, planning, I don't mind either. So I sort of tend to live my life with a combination of the two. So I would say from my perspective, I'm a little bit more balanced than saying one or the other, but maybe that accounts for the mediator in me.
I was just going to say, perfectly suited, perfectly suited. All right. Ooh, here's a good one. Melanie, what is just fine in small numbers, but positively terrifying in big numbers?
Wow, that's going to take some thinking, because I don't want to get political. And I could easily go there, but I'm not going to do it.
This is a chat about idle chat.
Idle chat. Okay. So for me, it's more about silence versus noise. Like if there's a lot of people talking, I have a little bit of a hard time with that if there's a lot going on. But when it's just a few people talking and a conversation with a few people around, I focus well and I enjoy that. But a lot of peripheral noise, I'm not a fan of.
Good answer.
The ball game. I will go to the ball game and I will hear that kind of noise.
That I think is palatable because it comes in manageable doses.
Mm-hmm. And you're relating on a level, you're sort of part of it.
Yeah, that's true. And when you contribute your voice, then it's not noise, it's noise. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Excellent. Melanie, have you lived in the United States long enough to develop an opinion about which one of these is better, mayonnaise or Miracle Whip?
Okay. I don't even know what Miracle Whip is. And I have lived here long. And don't ask me why. So I can't even answer that question, but I am a pretty worldly person. So I guess I ought to be embarrassed.
You should never be embarrassed. But Miracle Whip is a kissing cousin of mayonnaise, but it has, I think, a little vinegar, a little paprika. It's a little spicier. But in the United States, to Americans, it can be divisive. It can be almost as divisive as whether or not pineapple belongs on pizza.
I had, as a mediator, a divorce case where it was the pineapple on the pizza that was the straw on the camel's back. After a 40-year marriage, she said, when he came home while I was fixing the roof, which I shouldn't have had to do, and planning for our selling of our house, planning for our retirement together in another state, I was on the roof and he said, darling, here's a pizza. And it had pineapple on it after 40 years of marriage. That is what made me decide to come to your office for my divorce.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So
You
that
know,
one I know. That one I know.
I guess everybody's got their limit. You gotta, gotta close the door somewhere, I suppose. Yowza. Well, next time you're in the supermarket, pick up one of the little travel sizes of Miracle Whip.
I'm going to
And-
write that down. Miracle Whip.
Yeah, and give it a taste. It's just the spicy cousin of mayonnaise.
Will do.
All right. Let's see. Melanie, what do you do when you're having difficulty falling asleep?
Oh, that's a good question. You know, I pick up a book and read. And usually that does the trick. So, and I do periodically have difficulty falling asleep. So, you know, I don't know if my brain's saying to me, don't sleep so you can read because you haven't read enough. That could be it, but it is definitely a way for me to fall asleep.
Right. And what do you read?
Oh, I love reading biographies. That's all I like to read are biographies. You know, because there's not a lot of time. I work hard, I work many hours. And so I don't really have enough downtime to read. So I always have a biography next to my bed and pick it up, read it. Right now, I'm reading Samantha Power's her biography, and it's a fabulous, fascinating read. But I can only go a few pages in it at a time because of the time factor.
Yeah, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. All
And
right.
falling asleep.
And do what you're supposed to be doing, sleeping, right? All right. Well, Melanie, I will ask you the same question I ask all of my guests as the last question, and that is, what do you love most about the resolution industry and the work that we do?
Oh, you know, most of my mediation work is uncoupling, divorce mediation. Sometimes I find that these divorces actually land up in what I call marriage continuation agreements. In other words, sometimes the couples are not quite ready, but yet they're still there and they want to give it another shot. And so we work certain things out that might not be entirely law-based, but are just issue-based. And it just is a derivative often of what just has happened in these mediations. What I love most is that it really, truly is a creative process where it is owned by the couple uncoupling. And they're not in front of a judge deciding on the various issues. They're in control of their own process. It takes a maturity. It takes an emotional control because this is obviously charged. However, it can be done with a good mediator. And I find that they can make solutions that are creative without somebody winning or losing. Whereas in the court system, if you go right to a judge and you're not trying to get creative and figure stuff out, you are just going to have someone else make a decision for you and you're not in control. And having that ability to go outside of what the law prescribes all the time, while understanding what the law may or may not do, is extremely valuable. I don't think that the divorce system should be part of the civil law system. When you litigate a divorce, the first thing one of the couple serves on the other, the one spouse serves on the other, is a summons, and it says you are being sued. And, you know, that's not a nice way to uncouple when there are other options. And some people don't even know that there are options. Often the courts will require that you have mediation, but this immediate sense of hostility, you are being sued, is something I find offensive.
Sure, because it puts somebody on the defensive.
Yeah, and it shouldn't have to be that way. I think there should be special courts for divorce. I don't even know that they should be called courts. And of course, it is the law that governs your rights and your duties. But by the same token, you can figure out how to do it. And if you can't, then you can have the option of litigating. I think it should happen the other way around than how it happens.
Yeah. But it sounds like you do a brilliant job for your clients.
Well, I have happy clients, happy in context though, because this is never a happy situation. But I think what makes people happy as well is not overspending. And in the realm, I personally, when you throw, I mean, my colleagues are probably going to hate me for saying this, and it's probably why not a lot of lawyers want to refer often to immediately to mediation. And I say that with all due respect, but you know, you don't need to throw as much money as you throw at this. You really don't. And you can perfectly be represented. You can have consulting attorneys on the side in a limited cost-effective way. And this is what we try and promote with the way we mediate the divorce and dissolution of marriages.
I love it. I love it. Melanie, thank you so much for spending some time with me and having an idle chat. I really appreciate your answers and your opinions.
Thank you so much, Natalie. It's been so much fun.
Yes, it has been. And go Phillies.
Go Phillies.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and you're joining me for another in the series of Idle Chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. And today I'm talking to a colleague all the way in Barbados. This is Ibrahim Laki. How are you, Ibrahim?
Well, thank you very much for having me, Natalie. I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And yes, I'm from all the way across the ocean from Barbados. Yes.
Man, you know, your background makes me jealous. Makes me jealous. I have to admit, the green.
The green, yes. I mean, we promote green mediation, green arbitration, and peaceful relaxation. There's something about that really is magical.
Oh, it all sounds really good. Really good. All right, Ibrahim. So we will give the cards a shuffle and find out what it is that we'll be talking about, you and I.
No problem.
I'm sure it'll be good. I have high.
Feels like my lucky day. What's my lucky number?
I've got it right here, my friend. Lucky number right here. Ibrahim, first card. What sound or noise do you love the most?
I like the sound of silence. That's a bit of an oxymoron. But I guess a nice steady tone could also suffice, like the sound of an ocean, for example. That's pretty nice because it aids in concentration. Anything else kind of distracts.
Yeah, nice B flat.
Yes, exactly. Correct.
All right, good. Ibrahim, talking about green things, the next card reads, do you have a green thumb?
I try, but it mostly turns red with all the sores and the banging. I've tried to plant various things. There's fertile ground here, so I try to plant spinach. I try to plant tomatoes, carrots, but I would say I try. My thumb is probably quarter green.
That's, you know what, you're doing better than I have ever done, so you get that. Ibrahim, what is the best book?
The best book. The academic side of me would say a dictionary, because you can't go wrong saying a dictionary. In school, I used to like to read a dictionary because it gives you that additional edge in terms of how to spell and how to come up with different words, different ways of saying different things. But leisurely speaking, I like comics. That's the best thing. That's easy on the eyes. You just look at the pictures. You don't even have to look at the words.
Right. Are you a DC fan or a Marvel fan?
Ooh, I thought we were not going to get political today. That's going to be a heated debate. Marvel.
Well, it's just between you and me. We won't. I'll keep it just right here. Let's see. Ibrahim, are you an early bird or a night owl?
Nights. Nights are when there's least disruption. So I kind of get a lot of work done during the nights. So I would say definitely a night owl.
All
and I
right, and
enjoy my morning
suppose-
sleep, so I can't be an early bird.
Well, I suppose nights in Barbados are nice.
Yeah, they're quite nice, quite nice.
Yeah. All right. Are you handy in the kitchen, Ibrahim?
You mean to collect the food and to wash up afterwards, or do you mean to actually prepare the things that we would then eat, or perhaps cause us to
Well-
go into the accident room?
Yeah, this card reads, what is your favorite thing to cook or bake?
Ah, I'm a little bit handy. My wife helps. My wife not helps me out. I help out my wife. She does most of the heavy lifting. But I like to cook an egg, an omelette, probably some falafels, some meats, wraps, easy stuff. Just throw it in the pan, throw in some vegetables, cook it up, season it up, and then put it in a flatbread or tortilla or wrap, and I think that's my specialty. It's
All
no
right.
one has been to the hospital because of that, so I think I'm doing fairly good job.
We'll say survivable, but not quite Michelin star.
Exactly, exactly.
Doesn't come with a suicide hotline warning on the label, but a little bit.
Correct, exactly. You know what I'm talking about. Exactly.
I do. I live with a man who cooks very similar cuisine. He calls it refrigerator stew.
There you go.
And we're still married, so it works.
Well, he's definitely doing it right.
Sure. Ibrahim, next card. What is your favorite application on your phone?
That's a tough one. I would say WhatsApp. All things being considered, I mean, it has video, audio, chat, allows me to do my work, allows me to communicate, and then it has news aggregation to a certain extent. So first thing in the morning, I pick up my phone, look at WhatsApp, and then I see what is new today, what is the weather, whether there's an accident. It's just very entertaining and sometimes depressing. I mean, the news is not always good. But yeah, I would say WhatsApp.
All right. WhatsApp. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, let's see.
This video was not sponsored by Meta or Facebook. This disclaimer.
Thank you for clarifying. Yes, neither Ibrahim nor I get any payout for supporting this application. It's 2022. Probably disclaimer is important, right?
Yep.
Ibrahim, if you have the opportunity to design a new banknote, whose face would you put on it?
That's very interesting. You didn't even give me these questions beforehand. I'm like genuinely stumped. I mean, on one hand, I could say I would love to put my face, and then people would say, "But you're so self-centered." But I guess I like that they put the different notes in different places. They put historical figures for that place, and I think that is very educational, because if you're in a country and you see someone's photograph on it, you'll say, well, he's of historical significance. So I look what they're doing in terms of person's faces onto dollar bills. Like in Barbados, for example, there's talk about putting Rihanna's face, Rihanna, the artist, onto the dollar bills, and I endorse that because it allows people to get a little familiar with the history as well.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think we can always learn.
Correct. And I like happy faces on dollar bills, because just in case I wake up in the middle of the night and I see that dollar bill, I don't want any scary faces looking at me. So yeah, happy faces.
Yeah, well, Rihanna's happy.
Yes, definitely.
Rihanna's a happy one. Ibrahim, if you could have an all expense, oh my goodness, an all expenses.
You really want to answer this one?
Right? Come on, you'd stay home. But it
Exactly.
reads, if you could have an all expenses paid trip to see any place in the world, where would you go? Most of us would go where you are.
Well, definitely. You see, I took this photograph with my drone. I love drones. So I would say to the kitchen. I'm just kidding. Let me see. Okay, one thing that is perhaps missing in Barbados, Barbados is small in size. 166 square miles, and shopping is kind of limited. So I would say I love Florida. Went to Panama. I love meeting people, having new experiences. I love cosmopolitan cities. So in a way, Miami, Florida, I mean, I've been there. The shopping is great. You drive around, you don't fall off the edge of the earth. You run out of gas first. So I guess I would say Miami. Oh, also, okay, actually, no, let me change it. A cruise. A cruise is the best of a best vacation that I could possibly imagine. Yeah. So I'm going to say cruise for sure.
Just get on a boat and go around the world.
Exactly. Correct.
I can
And eat
still
all the
do
food. Eat all the food. Yes.
that. I could be on that team. You betcha. Ibrahim, do you happen to have any secret talents that you want to share?
I do have some very secretive talents. They're so secretive that I myself don't know them.
You don't have to answer the question.
I'm a technophile. By profession, I'm a lawyer, arbitrator, and mediator. But my hobby is really into technology, and I guess my talents would be trying to resurrect dead technological items, an old computer, an old smartphone, trying to save things from off it. I love technological challenges. Trying to get the car to work if it doesn't turn on. So I would say that it's a secret talent, and it's also secretive because I can't do the same thing twice.
So it's a secret not only from us, but sometimes to you.
Exactly.
Okay, that truly is a secret talent.
It is.
Oh my goodness, Ibrahim. All right, Ibrahim, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests as the last question, and that is, what is it that you love most about the work we do in the resolution industry?
Well, as I'm an arbitrator, I'm a mediator. I'm on the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators for the Caribbean, and I mediate with the Supreme Court of Barbados. My primary profession is an attorney at law. I say that to give context, okay? The best thing about alternative dispute resolution in arbitration and mediation, best things. One is the ability for a matter to come to an end very quickly, okay? In the legal profession, you'll have matters out there for 10, 15 years outstanding. When it comes to mediation or arbitration, we can wrap it up in even 3 hours. And then the sheer gratitude or the sheer relief from a disputing party and saying, well, that's all it took. I'm very happy to move forward in my life now. So the efficacy, the timeliness in terms of closing up a long-standing matter, and the relief from the parties and the expression and their feedback, that really drives me and really makes this a very worthwhile experience, because we live in this world. We like to make people happy most of the time, and it brings a lot of gratitude and a lot of humanness when you're able to get a resolution for someone.
I think, yes. Amen to all of the above. Yeah, it is really good work that we do.
Yes.
It is.
If we do it well.
And for the most part, I think our industry does a really good job at doing it well.
100%. That is correct.
Yeah.
That is very
Yeah.
correct.
All right. Ibrahim, thank you so much for joining me all the way from Barbados. I really appreciate your time talking with me.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me as well. I consider it an honor and a privilege as well. And I definitely enjoyed our talk.
Oh, you're very kind. Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. Today, I'm talking to a colleague, Fritz, in Vermont, who tells me it's a bit late for the leaf peeping, but still a really pretty place. How are you, Fritz?
I'm doing well this morning. Thank you.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. So Fritz, I've got a bunch of questions that I've written up on these little tiny cards here. We just shuffle the deck of cards, figure out what it is that you and I are going to be talking about. It's all in the hands of the idle chat gods now, my friend.
All right.
All right. Fritz, what is the best holiday at your house?
At my house, I mean, I think it's Christmas. I think that's the best holiday. It's the one where my kids, who are now almost 30, are home, and you know, I have twins, so they're both 30, almost. You know, and so everybody gets together, and my brother comes in. So I think it's just the family, and my parents host most of it. So they're in their 80s, and it's just sort of the biggest event of the holidays that we have.
Yeah,
family.
that's always a nice time, isn't it? Nice
Mhm.
time. All right. Fritz, what is the best ice cream flavor?
So being Vermonter, I have to go with Ben and Jerry's, of course. And it's a toss-up between Fish Food, named for the band Fish, and the classic chocolate chip cookie dough.
Oh, Fritz, I'd like to say there are no wrong answers in idle chat, but dude, Cherry Garcia didn't make the list.
I like Cherry Garcia, but it's harder to find these days. And yeah, it's not the top 2. It's in the top 5.
Stake to my heart. That's all right. Your answers are good. All right. Fritz, what is the most recent show that you've binge watched?
So we're in the process of binge watching Bad Sisters on Apple TV, which is set in Ireland about these group of sisters who conspire to murder one of their sister's husbands, who is just an incredible jerk. It's actually it's a dark comedy. It's weirdly fun. It's really kind of very funny, very engaging. So yeah, that one.
Fair enough.
Yep.
All right. I'm not familiar with it, but I am familiar with Ireland, and nobody does dark comedy the way the Irish can do it.
And the sisters are great. I mean, the 5 of them are really just great characters. So it's worth watching.
All right, I'll have to find that one. Thanks. Let's see, next card. What artist or band do you always recommend when someone asks for a music recommendation?
So for me, it's actually pretty easy, because I have a lyric of his tattooed on my left forearm, but John Prine. He's I'm just a huge John Prine fan.
And what's the lyric that you have tattooed?
It says "Standing by Peaceful Waters," which comes from the song Lake Marie, which is
I like it.
Also has, like, for me, just a lot of different meanings, but comes from that song.
That's a good one. That's a good one. All right, sir. Imagine that you were living an entire month off the grid. Would you consider that time to be a nightmare or a vacation?
I would love that. So vacation. Yeah.
All right. Next question. Fritz, what do you like most about yourself?
I like my curiosity and interest in learning new things. I think that's
good qualities. Yeah, good qualities. I like those things about you too. All right. And Fritz, I'll ask you the same question that I always ask my guests as the last question. And that is, what do you like most about the work that we do in the resolution industry?
So for me, it's a product of a lot of things over the last number of years, but it is a transformation from being a trial lawyer litigator to wanting to help people solve their problems rather than fight them out. And I mean, it's kind of maybe an obvious point of what we do, but it is the point that drives me. And then the other thing selfishly is I just like hanging out with people and talking with them. And, I'd much rather do that than sit in my office and write briefs, and mediation provides that possibility as well. So
Everybody's needs get met that way.
that's right.
Good for you. All right. Well, Fritz, thank you so much for spending some of your valuable time with me. I really appreciate you letting me get to know you a little bit.
Well, thank you, Natalie. I enjoyed it.
Excellent. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, but this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section 4 Dispute Resolution. And today I get to talk to a colleague in the south of England, just across the channel from me. This is Damien Croker. Damien, thanks so much for joining me for an idle chat.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm really looking forward to getting to know you a bit. So, as you know, Damien, we've got all of these questions on cards. We're going to give them a shuffle.
Exciting.
The cards will determine our collective fate over the next few minutes. And Damien, first card, when was the last time you slept more than 9 hours?
More than 9 hours. Gracious. I'm thankful for getting 8 hours. More than 9, I don't know. I'm not sure I have. All right. No.
Just not part of your reality. All right.
No.
Damien, what is your least favorite smell?
My least favorite smell. I would say the result of an evening having enjoyed a nice Indian curry.
Totally fair. Totally fair. It would be, I think, maybe a toss-up between that and when they muck the fields.
Yeah, but then, like both of us live fairly rurally, it comes with opening the windows.
It just does. It just does. All right. So our next card, if you were given 10 million pounds to open a museum, what kind of museum would you open?
A museum. What would be in that museum? What would it be, actually, is stamps and coins all around the world. What I would do is I would create a collection of every stamp from every country in the world, every territory, necessarily recognized by the UN, and every coin as well. So you could go there as a child and you could see the different monies and coins and that from around the world, and maybe add some flags as well. And I think that'd be really fascinating. It would be fascinating for a young Damien anyway.
I think it is just fascinating, full stop, because all of the flags, the coins, and the currency tell stories.
They do. There's the history, and yeah, there's a lot there. I think probably keeping it going up to date would definitely be a full-time job. But again, I think an older Damien even would enjoy that. So I'm excited about that. And if anyone would like to share 10 million pounds, I'd be quite happy to explore that.
We'll put that message out because I think that's a really good offer.
Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure, sir. And a Natalie at any age would enjoy that museum. Damien, what do you like most about the place that you grew up in?
Place I grew up in. So I grew up in Somerset, which is a rural county in the west of England, and where there are many carbon emitting animals, such as, or not so much carbon, but greenhouse gas emitting animals in the form of cows and sheep. What do I enjoy most about there? Probably leaving, actually. I left pretty much as soon as I could, because there's only so many cows and sheep you can take, and I left and moved to the south of London, where I lived for many years, recently returning to the vicinity in Dorset, and not because I was missing the smell, country smell that we so have enjoyed discussing earlier. So yeah, no, leaving actually I think was one of the best things. Somerset's nice, you can retire there. The beaches are rubbish. Countryside's very nice though. I was born in Weston-super-Mare, locally known as Weston-super-Mud, and leaving. And of course, if there's anyone from Somerset listening to this, I have no plans to return, so I'm safe.
Well, there is comfort in that, but I've actually never had anyone give kind of an answer like that. Still, I appreciate your honesty. That's always a good thing. Let's see, Damien, do you remember your first car?
I do. It was a Datsun Sunny 120Y. So it was a coupe, and there was just 2 doors, a little sporty, and I loved it. I was very excited to take ownership. So I passed my test, which is good because then you're not driving illegally. I drove it back home, and I lived out in the countryside in a village that had 150 people living in it. So very rural in the Mendips in Somerset. And on my way, I was very excited driving down these country lanes, and a van is coming up the other way, and I put my brakes on. Up till then, I'd driven a car that had manual brakes. It meant you had to put your foot quite heavily on the brake to stop. I now had a car that had automatic brakes, which meant you didn't have to push quite so hard. Unfortunately, my excitement, I pushed as if I had manual brakes, which meant that I then skidded right into the path of the van. The van thus hit me and wrecked my nice new car, which was quite sad at the time. So yes, I do remember it, but it was fairly short-lived, like a day, in fact.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the car, but I'm glad you weren't wrecked.
I was too. I did that
You were
later.
wrecked. Oh
I was
gosh.
a little bit older.
Well,
There you go.
sorry about that.
That
Sorry for
question,
your little
bringing back
Datsun.
that memory. I didn't realize that I would need counseling and help after this.
Therapy is not included in the idle chat.
No, I'm appreciating that now.
Yeah, I do have to now rescind my promise of no mediators being harmed in the filming of idle chat.
Yes, I think there should be a warning now.
Yeah, I will put a warning at the front of the video that some mediators were harmed in the filming of this series.
Absolutely.
My apologies, sir. I'll do better with the next card, maybe. Let's see. What is the either weirdest or coolest thing that you've ever found lying on the floor by the side of the road?
Yes. Weirdest or coolest thing I've ever found lying by the side of the ground. Oh, neck. The weirdest thing. Oh, I mean, I've certainly come across animals, badgers and so on. A deer. Yeah, I mean, we used to live when we escaped from Somerset in near a forest, which was had a lot of deer, and sadly, the kind of stags would get hit. They'd wreck people's cars. So if you hit a stag, your car's in a bad way. You'd certainly see those by the road, and also the wrecked car as well. I guess that was fairly weird.
Yeah.
Not great to see, in fact.
Right.
Bringing up some real memories here.
Well, let's see if we can find some good ones.
Okay.
What do you know now that you wish you had known when you were 20?
What do I know now that I wish I'd known when I was 20? Well, I think one of the things you learn as you get older is that it's not necessarily such a rush. When you're 20, you're really keen to get things done quickly. And there is time. It's time to get things done. I used to think at that age, there were a lot of things I wanted to achieve by the time I was 30, which I pretty much failed to achieve. But there's time to do new things. You know, at each stage in your life, you can renew yourself and explore new things. I know myself, my own life has what I do has changed over time, and that's great. You know, what was important when you were 20 isn't necessarily important when you get older. So I think what I've learned is that you shouldn't worry, because things can turn out pretty well, and there is time.
Yeah.
Have time.
Yeah, just relax a bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Good lesson. Sir, are you quite famous for doing household chores at your place?
Household chores. So I do know how to use a Hoover, vacuum cleaner. It's not advertised. And I do know where the dusters are. And I can wash up. And I do wash up. I know where the bins are and which day to put them out, because I get told. And so yes, we have a division of activities in our house, and I have mine because that's how it's evolved in our relationship, and I'm never confused about who the boss is, in terms of things when they need to be done and so on.
Right. And what's your least favorite of those household chores?
My least favorite. So I would say my least favorite. I wouldn't say anything were on my list of favorites. So which one would be my least favorite? I would say clean the bins out. So doing the one thinking about it now, and I've really not given this a lot of thought previously, is so we do a lot of recycling, and which is a good thing, and the food waste has its own bucket it goes in, and that bucket needs to be cleaned out. So I guess that's probably my least favorite activity, is cleaning out the result of rotten food and so on. Yeah. It's a little whiffy, and it makes manure smell so much nicer actually compared to rotten food.
Silver lining.
It is.
Silver lining. Yeah.
I've never really thought about it before, but now I am, and that's good.
Yeah. Well, and maybe you could use your mediator skills to renegotiate your contract.
Yeah, I find mediation skills with family. Rules don't tend to apply too well, and I would never try to mediate with my wife or my children, for that matter.
Yeah, danger zone.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I've tried, and I get called out.
Yeah. It just doesn't wear.
Yeah, I get called out. They just say, "Oh, don't try to mediate me."
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What does the perfect day look like in your world?
Oh, that's a dangerous question. What's my perfect day? What is my perfect day? So it'd be sunny outside. And I get to go out with my wife to somewhere nice. Like we might go for a walk. We walk regularly in the forest. Quite like to do that. and maybe we'll go and have something to eat at lunchtime. And our children will turn up. We like to spend time with them and their wives. And then we would then spend the evening playing games and talking about the world and resolving all issues in the world, and then go to bed.
That is a lovely day. Yeah, that's a really nice day. I like your plan. And then Damien, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests at the very end of an idle chat. And that is, what do you love most about the work that we do in the resolution industry?
So the thing I do, the commercial mediation, but I also do community mediation. And I get most out of community mediation in many ways, because often it's couples who are living in close proximity and their lives are completely dominated by this dispute. Often they haven't spoken for quite some time. They just hate each other. More often than not, it's the wife who's taking antidepressant tablets, and just it's affecting everything, their whole lives. And then you can come into that and help them and work with them to resolve their dispute, so that by the end they're hugging and crying and really happy that it's resolved. And for an onlooker, it might just be about where the neighbor parks their car, or it might be about when they cut the hedge, or this apartments, it might be what time in the morning they like to walk around upstairs. These things, for an onlooker, might seem quite minor, but for those people, it's the most important thing. It just builds into something enormous. And if you can relieve that, and I think that is a wonderful thing. And so I really like community mediation for that reason. But yeah, that's what I get out of it.
It really is a privilege to be part or party to that transformation, isn't it?
It is. It's absolutely wonderful. And it really does excite me to have that opportunity, and privileged as well that people allow you to take part in that process. So yeah.
Well, and it sounds like the people of Dorset are lucky to have you.
Yes, of course. I think that definitely it's a privilege for them too.
Yeah, I support that. I agree 100%. You have my endorsement.
Thank you.
All right, Damien, thank you so much for spending some of your valuable time with me in an idle chat. It was really nice getting to know you a little bit.
It's been wonderful. Thank you very much, Natalie.
Thank you. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, but this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. Today, I get to talk to a colleague in California, a mediator and an arbitrator. This is Ken Correa. Hi, Ken.
Hi, Natalie. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Ken, thanks so much for agreeing to have an idle chat with me.
Thank you.
All right, so Ken, we just shuffle up the cards. The cards will dictate our fate, what it is that you and I are going to talk about today in our idle chat. And well, here we are,
I'm ready.
Off to the races. Are you ready, my friend?
Yes, I am.
All right. The first question, what do you prefer, Ken? Ebook, paperback, or hardcover books?
Ebook. The reason is that I'm getting old, my vision is not the same. So ebook allows me to, read them at the size I want. That's the only reason.
Technology is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
All right. Ken, does there happen to be, I know there's one for me, does there happen to be for you a word that you just consistently misspell?
Oh, goodness. I am not good at spelling. So I usually, like 1 out of every 5 emails that I send in, I did I spell that right? Like, darn it, I should have rechecked. So I made that mistake all the time.
Right. I really like Grammarly for that, but I consistently misspell the word definitely. Just can't get it. All right, Ken, we're down to the serious questions, my friend.
Okay.
Cake or pie?
Pie, definitely.
No question about it. And you said definitely. Oh, man. All right. Sir, what is your favorite spectator sport?
Football.
American football or soccer
American
football?
football. Yeah.
American football. Who's your favorite team?
Right now, Buffalo, because I have a Josh Allen on my fantasy football team.
I don't know who that is. I'm sure he's doing great for you.
Well, actually, I'm playing against my wife, my son, my daughter. So, this is serious stuff.
Do you put bets on these fantasy football?
No, but even without bet, this gets kind of contentious,
That's all right. Who normally wins?
Last year was my son, but this year my daughter. So she's doing really well. So we'll see.
All right. Good for your daughter.
Uh-huh.
Ken, what habit do you have now that you wish you had started earlier in your career or life?
Let's see. I kind of wish I picked up my trumpet earlier. I love the way it sounds, but I picked it up, when I was in 40s. So I'm not as good as I could be, and it is a challenge, but I love the sound of trumpet.
Okay. And what kind of music do you play on your trumpet?
Let's see. It's usually those classic melodies. Some are hymns, some are just the old songs. There's old jazz and things like that.
Okay. Those always make me feel good when they come on the radio. I'll go with that. Ken, who is the most creative person that you know?
Most creative person. There are a whole bunch of people in the Silicon Valley. It's just amazing what new technology come out of these people. Like the other day, I was looking at the AI stable diffusion technology. It made a huge news because one startup was valuated at $1 billion. But I look at what they did. There's one guy who showed up on YouTube channel, and his friend took 6 photos of him. And the next thing you know is that his friend wants to make this guy out to whatever he wanted him to be. And then next year, they can just make a video out of this person based on just 6 photos. That is the same technology that used to take like maybe 100 cameras and takes maybe 6 months to create photorealistic video of this person. Now just done overnight. And it opens up huge opportunities, but also it opens huge door to abuses. So it's amazing though, like what these people can come up with.
Yeah, I agree. It is really, really impressive, and also keeps me up at night chewing Tums if I think about it too hard.
Yes, they can take your video and then make it look like you're saying something you never dreamed of. They can manipulate your facial expression, your mouth movements. It is terrifying, also it's very exciting.
Right. It is. But I think now this is a good time to quote Peter Parker's uncle, in that with great power comes great responsibility. They can use that technology to do really great things, or they could use that kind of technology to really cause some damage. So we'll hope that they're responsible folks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but creative, absolutely. All right, sir. Do you prefer coffee or tea?
I'm a coffee drinker.
Coffee, and how do you take your coffee?
I usually take a little bit of cream, but nothing beats coffee when you wake up. You go to your coffee machine and start with a cup of coffee, sit down, think about what you're going to do today. That's just absolutely nothing. Hey, there you go.
Couldn't agree more. All right. The next question. Oh, now this one, is a little divisive, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Absolutely. I enjoy every one of Die Hard movies. And best time to watch it is during Christmas.
Absolutely. Yes. You and I, right here, right here. All right, Ken. Well, let me ask you the same question that I ask all of my guests as the last question, and that is, what do you love most about mediating and arbitrating?
You know, one thing I really enjoy about mediation is that I get to make peace. You know, when you talk to two warring parties, and after some time, they all come around and decide that, okay, we want to resolve this dispute. And then you know that you've done something good. No matter what happens in your life, what's going on in that particular period of time, you know that was one moment that you are being useful, that you did peacemaking. So that's what makes me really happy and feel fulfilled, and I feel like I'm doing something right.
Yeah, that feeling really is unique and well worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
All right, Ken, thank you so much for joining me for an idle chat. And thanks especially for letting me get to know you a little bit better.
Well, thank you.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I get to talk to a colleague in Athens, Greece. This is Catherine. How are you, Catherine?
Fine, thank you very much, Natalie, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate to this event which you organize, and which seems to be very interesting. And I hope that I will be able to answer in a satisfactory way, giving you enough information about what you will ask. I am at your disposition anyhow.
Very kind of you, Catherine. I appreciate that. So it's a very simple premise. We have about 140 questions on the cards. We shuffle the cards. The cards will tell us what topics we discuss. And that is it. Catherine, on the first card, do you happen to remember the last photograph you took on your smartphone?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, and what did you photograph? Something in Greece that's really beautiful and makes the rest of us jealous.
No, it was not me photographing. It was another person photographing me.
Perfect. See, I was right. Something beautiful in Greece.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Blush.
Oh, well, that's all right. Catherine, what languages do you speak?
Greek, of course. French, English. I understand Italian, but I hardly speak Italian. I understand Spanish, but unfortunately, I have forgotten because there are many years I have not used it. And I have learned Arabic in school because I was born in Egypt. I grew up in Egypt. I went to the French school and I learned Arabic. I was able to read, to speak. But you know, when you leave something, it leaves you.
This is true, but
You
my
use
goodness,
it
how
or you lose
impressive.
it. Oh, it was very interesting. Arabic is a very rich language and it has much to offer, but it is very difficult.
I suppose that's very impressive. I always appreciate polyglots. Let's see. Catherine, if you were in a talent show, what performance would you give us?
In a talent show?
Yes. Are you familiar with talent shows like on television? where the people get up and there's a competition and they sing or they play an
Yes.
instrument or do some magic? What would you do?
I would like to answer questions about more particularly history.
Okay, we can do that. We can do that, absolutely. Catherine, what is your favorite city?
My favorite?
Your favorite city, where's your favorite place?
My favorite place. My favorite place is in Pelion, which is a mountain located at the central Greece. The name comes from Peleus, who was in Greek mythology the husband of a goddess called Thetis. And they were the parents of Achilles. Achilles was killed during the Trojan War. His son, Neoptolemus, went to his grandparents to find refuge because the husband of Helen of Peloponnese, who is presented to be the reason of the Trojan War, which is not true, of course. There were other reasons. So Neoptolemus went to his grandfather and his grandmother, and he stayed there at the Mount Pelion, and he went at, I do not know how to say this, a temple, let's say it, of Apollo, asking him what to do in his life further. When he has paid this visit to the temple of Apollo, he left Andromache, who was the spouse of Hector, one of the princes, of Troya, and who was killed. He took Andromache with him. Greek soldiers were allowed to have women from Troya with them, but he respected her very much as a queen because she was a queen. He respected and loved her very much. And during his absence, Menelaus, the husband of Helen, was able to take Andromache from Pelion. So Pelion is a very nice place. I can send you photos for you to look at. It combines the mountain and the sea. I have a house there, which is in the mountain, and in 10 minutes, I can be at the seashore.
I think I need more than a photograph. I think I just need to come and visit you. That sounds incredible.
Okay.
All right, Catherine, when you get old, what do you think your children will ask you to tell them stories about? What are they going to be curious about that has happened in your lifetime?
I have no children, but I have a niece, one unique niece, who is also a mediator and a mediator's trainer because I have pushed her to this. She has 2 children who I am sure they would like to listen about the story of what we have done in exercising a lawyer profession, mediator profession, mediation. And I do not know whether I will be able to give them any information about the sports they like, because it is football and volleyball, and I am absolutely null in this.
No, but you could tell them about growing up in Egypt. You could tell them about your travels. You have lots of great stories, I'm sure.
Definitely. And I have traveled a lot in my life. As a matter of fact, I have many things to to tell them if they are interested, because you know, young people are interested in other things now.
Sometimes, but our stories are still very valuable. Catherine, are you a big fan of movies and films?
Yes.
Yes. Do you have some favorites? What's your preferred movies?
I prefer movies where we laugh, not criminal stories and horror stories and things like that. I love very much Jack Nicholson and all his comedies. Michael Douglas playing with Diana Keaton. I love them very much. And I also love one film, which is called, possibly you have seen it, Meet Joe Black with Brad Pitt. You like it?
That's a really beautiful movie. Yes.
Yes, I like it very much.
That's a good choices. All of those. I support all of those choices. And Catherine, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests as the last question, and that is, what do you love most about the work that you do as a mediator or mediation trainer?
Very frankly speaking, what I love is to communicate, to offer knowledge to younger people. I am the chair of the Hellenic Union of Mediators since 2010, since it was formed. And I have a pleasure and interest in writing scenarios and organizing mock mediations for the younger mediators. To date, this was successful. People are interested in it. And they say that they have learned a lot out of it. Of course, we do everything through Zoom because of COVID.
Yeah.
And also, I like to organize international events where I invite colleagues from all over the world to speak about specific aspects of mediation. For instance, I had American friends and colleagues who spoke about the multi-door court in America, which is not known in Europe, and other matters which are very interesting. I have organized, as a matter of fact, since COVID is here, 41 lectures through Zooms. I take the liberty to say that they were successful. People were very interested. We had a big audience, a lot of questions. And if you are interested, you can see those which were in English done by colleagues from abroad. You can visit the site of the union, which is very simple, LADELEDI. There is a section which sends you to YouTube. And there you can find all the 41 videos of the 41 lectures. There are about 10 in English.
Okay,
So
I'll be sure to link. Yeah, I'll link those. All right, Catherine, thank you so much for joining me for an idle chat. It was lovely to get to know you. It's always fun to meet colleagues from around the world, and I appreciate all the good work that you're doing in Athens and in Greece, or around the world, in fact.
Thank you very much for having invited me. It was a pleasure to speak with you and to meet you, even through Zoom. I hope that we will keep in touch, and possibly we can organize something together if you are free or prepared to do something with the Hellenic Union of Mediators. I will be delighted to.
Well, thank you. I'm flattered. I would like that very much. So I'll say until next time, a biento, hasta luego. All my best to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much. A bientôt.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and you have joined me for another in the Idle Chat series for the American Bar Association section for dispute resolution. Today, I'm talking to a colleague in Florida. This is Michelle. Michelle, everybody watching.
Hi, nice to meet everyone.
Well, thanks very much for joining me for an Idle Chat. Michelle, as you know, we've got a bunch of questions on the cards. We shuffle the cards dictate what we'll talk about. And it is just that complicated. First question, it's a hard one. Coffee or tea?
Oh, hands down, coffee. It's the inspiration of the muses.
Necessary. It's
Necessary for
one of
life.
the 4 major food groups right there.
Yes, it is.
All right. Michelle, is there any movie that you quote regularly?
Aaron Brockovich.
What is a quote from Aaron Brockovich?
No, I am not an attorney. I just work with them.
Good quote. All right. When you are doing online meetings like this, inquiring minds want to know, are you fully dressed for business or just, within the screen view?
Miami Vice. I Miami Vice it when I do digital meetings.
It's just the way. It's 2022. That's how we roll.
Especially in South Florida.
Right? I don't blame you one bit. Not one bit. Oh gosh, Michelle, where is the most uncomfortable place you've ever slept?
Outside.
Outside, like camping?
Yes, downrange in boot camp.
Yeah, I'll pass. Were you with the military?
Yes, ma'am, the Army.
Oh, well, thank you for your service, first and foremost. I've got a son-in-law, numerous cousins, lots and lots of uncles, grandparents who served in the military. So I really appreciate the time that you've invested, and that of your family as well, because it's not just the service person. All right, Michelle, if you had to delete all but 3 apps from your phone, what 3 apps would remain?
3 apps would remain. Navigation, a reading app, and Canva.
Love me the Canva. Good choice. All right. Michelle, is there any bit of trivia that you know of? It's totally fascinating, completely interesting, but not really of much consequence in the day-to-day existence?
No, nothing comes to mind that makes me interesting.
You are interesting. We were talking about the trivia. You're fascinating. All right. Michelle, what is the best flavor of ice cream?
Oh, chocolate.
That was decisive. All right. Chocolate it is.
Yes.
We don't argue with Michelle on that one. Michelle, what is the oldest thing that you own?
Oldest thing that I own. Probably a cane that was my grandmother's toy that she played with, that was made in the late 1800s.
How fun is that? Good for you. That's excellent. All right. Oh, here's a good question. What sport could you play longest in a televised game without anyone discovering that you're not actually a professional athlete?
Volleyball.
Volleyball, says Michelle, the tall person on the other side of the camera.
No, I'm short.
Define short, please.
By my standards, I'm short, so I'm 5'6". I guess that's usually average, though.
Yeah. From my 5'1" perspective, that's substantial. Yeah. I'm an excellent setter, but spike, no, not my game. Not my game. Michelle, what is the best sandwich?
Oh, hands down sandwich, I would have to say a cheeseburger. Yes, if my sister and I joke, if we are ever in nursing homes together, we are to have cheeseburgers, chocolate shakes, and French fries all day long.
And coffee.
And coffee, yes, and coffee.
Coffee. Everything else negotiable, but that gets the basics covered then.
Yes.
All right, that's good. Good information to have. So when future generations are curious, what's the feed, watering, and caring of Michelle, we can just refer to this video.
Yes, coffee, cheeseburgers, chocolate shakes, and French fries.
Sounds like a healthy way to exist, my friend. Healthy way to exist. So Michelle, I will ask you the same question I ask all of my guests on an idle chat, and that is, what do you love most about the work you do in the resolution industry?
The thing that I love most about mediation and mediation advocacy is the ability that it offers me to work in combating against economic inequality and social injustice through programs that help to promote and restore civil and human rights. It's a different approach to conflict, and I love that.
What a fantastic challenge. Good work. Good for you. Michelle, thank you so much for joining me. It was really lovely getting to know you a little bit.
Thank you for having me. This was fun.
My pleasure. All right. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the Idle Chat series for the American Bar Association's Section 4 Dispute Resolution. And today I have the distinct pleasure of talking to a colleague from Southern Brazil. This is Judge Hoffman. He's given me permission to call him Fernando, his first name. How are you, Fernando? Thanks for joining me.
I'm good. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm a little nervous today, but let's go. I think it's going to be funny.
Don't be nervous. I promise I won't ask anything that is too terrible of you.
Okay.
So we'll just shuffle the cards and we'll find some really good, proper questions for a Brazilian judge to answer.
Okay. Let's see what
All right.
the cards tell us.
So the first card, what question would you ask a time traveler who visited you from 200 years in the future?
Wow, very good question. Was I right at that time? It's a very good question, you know.
I think your answer is one that a lot of us would ask.
Yes, yes. I was doing right. I was in the right direction. I always ask me this question, so I think it's a good one.
I will agree. I will. Sir, what was the best thing that happened to you today?
Today? Wow, today I conducted 14 hearings, you know, sessions, and we had about 5 to 6 deals, agreements, and one of them I really worked a series of techniques, mediation techniques, and they worked, and I think I could help more the parties than I would do by ruling the case, you know. So I think today it was the best thing that happened to me and to the parties.
Yeah, but I think any day that you can help people, that's a good day.
Oh yeah, yeah. And
Fantastic.
we are doing, you know, in Brazil, the Brazilian judges, they used to conciliate. It's kind of mediation, conciliation. They used to conciliate their cases, and I think we are changing the focus, and we are doing good, especially in the employment justice, the labor justice here.
Yeah, that's good work. And the Brazilian judicial justice system has made massive improvements over the last decade. It's really impressive what you've done.
Yes, and we know, you know, it's a little bit different in Brazil. We have the federal system, the state system, and we have the employment system, the labor system, let's say, let's put in these words. And especially in the labor justice, in the last 5-6 years, we have doing a lot of education, judges, public servants, and we have the challenge of preparing the lawyers. Lawyers need to be aware about mediation and negotiation, and we have a lot to do.
Well, I think we all do, but Brazil is doing a good job. Fernando, if you hear a strange sound in the middle of the night, are you the personality that wakes up and goes to check the strange sound, or do you sort of hide in your bedroom with the covers over your face?
It depends. It depends, because this night it was my son, and I was asleep, so I didn't wake up. But if it's a strange sound, so surely I wake up and go after that sound.
To go investigate? I hide under the covers.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's a better choice, but I don't have this choice here, because I am the one who wake up at the night to you know, to deal with my daughter, with my son. So it depends on when they are with a health issue. My wife stands up, but if we have a strange sound, I think surely I have to go.
Then it's your
duty.
job.
Yes, my job.
That's all right. That's fair. That's a good relationship when you have the accommodation.
You have a lot of questions.
Yes, more than 140.
140?
Yeah,
all of them made by you?
Yep.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. All right. Fernando, who is the most creative person that you know?
Most creative. Are you talking about the present or about the whole history? Because I think it's Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci, I think it's the best, but if we are talking about someone who died a time ago, I think Steve Jobs, very creative. Very creative, but I still should go with Leonardo da Vinci.
Good choice.
You know, architects, physician, writer, painter.
Everything.
Yeah.
Fernando, you don't have to answer this question if you prefer not to.
Okay, so I think I'm going.
Wait.
Okay.
If I ask your wife, will she say that you're a very good dancer, an okay dancer, or a bad dancer? How is your tango, sir?
You know, I think I'm an okay dancer because I met my wife in a dance group. I don't remember the word exactly, but my surname is Hoffman. My last name is Hoffman. And we met in a Germanic folkloric group. So we used to dance. I am an okay dancer. Let's put in these words.
That's all right. You're out there, you're dancing. That's all that matters.
Yes, yes.
Now, one of the things I like most about Brazil is the food. It's amazing. If we were going to have a feast in your honor, Judge Hoffman, the feast, what would we have on our dinner table? What food would we be eating?
Barbecue.
Of course.
Barbecue, you know, with garlic bread, with some cheese, grilled cheese, with potatoes, but all from the pit, you know. It's barbecue, and I would let you choose between beer or wine, or beer and wine, but I think it's barbecue.
Nothing better than Brazilian barbecue.
Actually, I think it's the only one meal that I can prepare. Maybe I can go with a risotto here, you know, but barbecue, I am a confident cooker.
Right. It's just the best. It's just the best. Now I'm hungry. All right.
Okay, what time is it now in France? Do you live in France, right?
Yeah. So in France, it is almost 7 p.m.
Okay.
Now, what time is it for you?
Here is 2:45 p.m. So I'm not hungry.
Not hungry. Well, I'm fixated on Brazilian barbecue. Fernando, what was the last photograph that you took on your telephone?
Okay, here the answer is not that good because I used to take a lot of pictures about, you know, banners and websites that have some knowledge about mediation and this kind of stuff. So I think it's a banner from internet, mediation insight, you know, some of those phrases that we like, and then I take a picture. Old school.
That's a very valid answer. A very valid answer. Let's see. The next card reads, what is the most interesting animal that you've ever seen in the wild, in the jungle?
Very
Or I suppose for you, it could also be in the ocean.
The more
the most interesting.
Interesting. Let me think. I remember that I saw a spider, and it was that terrible spider. I'm not fear of spider. I have no fear, but that one was really, really ugly, really ugly. I think it was a spider. It was a spider.
There's some really scary spiders in Brazil.
Yeah, we have a lot. Let's stay with the spider. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you the spider because there's a lot of scary spiders in Brazil. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
I totally understand.
Fernando, if you had no limit for money and you were instructed to build a museum, what kind of museum would you open?
No limit of money. You know, maybe museum of the human nature, about our journey in this world, something like that. But
That would
I
be a
would,
good museum, yeah.
yes, I would need a lot of money, you know.
A lot of money and a lot of assistance, I think.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
real.
Yeah. Fernando, do you play any musical instruments?
No, unfortunately, no. My wife does, my kids do, but it's not my case. Unfortunately, I don't have talent for that. Definitely, you don't want to hear me playing any musical instruments.
We appreciate the warning. Do you play sports?
Oh yeah, that's my beach. How we say in Brazil, that's my place. For now, I'm playing beach tennis. Have you heard about it?
Yes.
Beach tennis, and I used to play soccer as any male Brazilian. I played squash, I played tennis, I played volleyball, basketball. So I think I'm good with any sport, any sports that we have a ball in it. And I know that's a paradox. I love mediation and I love peace, but I love to watch American football, you know. From the time that I attended the LLM in Pepperdine, Los Angeles, I went to some games and watched the Los Angeles Rams, and me and my son, 14-year-old, we love to watch the American football. You know, there is a lot of strategy. There is a lot of I don't know. It's a fight for space, you know, and it seems that it's violent, and it is violent, but at the same time, it's very strategic. And I think that's the point about American football.
Yeah, that's a sport that I enjoy as well. So, and I am not
Good.
athletic, but I do enjoy American football. And so then, sir, I'll ask you the same question that I ask all of my guests as the last question. And that is, what do you love most about the work we do in the resolution industry?
If I have to choose one word, I think it's satisfaction. Because, you know, I am a professor here as well, a judge, and as I say, I am a ruler judge and also a mediator judge. So I am a judge, mediator, a professor, and a student. And what I think that it is the best in our arena is satisfaction, because if you can help parties and lawyers to reach an agreement, if you can help your colleagues, public servants, judges to master the mediation skills and techniques, if you can help young lawyers to negotiate, to learn how to negotiate the basics, you can feel the satisfaction feeling. It's a feeling, it's a strong feeling, because parties, they like that you are helping them. The lawyers, they congratulate you after a mediation session or a conciliation. Colleagues, judges, public servants, they spend dozens of hours studying mediation and going to observe mediations, to co-mediate and to do solo mediations. And they come back to us, professors, and they say, well, I was really satisfied with all I was doing. So if I have to answer in one word, I think it's satisfaction, like the music.
That's an excellent word. And so we can just end right there because that's the perfect conclusion. Everyone is satisfied. I like that very much. Judge Hoffman, thank you so much for having an idle chat with me today. It's been a great pleasure getting to know you.
It was a pleasure to know you, and please, when you visit Brazil, let me know and maybe we can have that barbecue in my house, okay?
Absolutely. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the Idle Chat series for the American Bar Association's Section 4 Dispute Resolution. And today I have the distinct pleasure of talking to a colleague from Southern Brazil. This is Judge Hoffman. He's given me permission to call him Fernando, his first name. How are you, Fernando? Thanks for joining me.
I'm good. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm a little nervous today, but let's go. I think it's going to be funny.
Don't be nervous. I promise I won't ask anything that is too terrible of you.
Okay.
So we'll just shuffle the cards and we'll find some really good, proper questions for a Brazilian judge to answer.
Okay. Let's see what
All right.
the cards tell us.
So the first card, what question would you ask a time traveler who visited you from 200 years in the future?
Wow, very good question. Was I right at that time? It's a very good question, you know.
I think your answer is one that a lot of us would ask.
Yes, yes. I was doing right. I was in the right direction. I always ask me this question, so I think it's a good one.
I will agree. I will. Sir, what was the best thing that happened to you today?
Today? Wow. Today I conducted 14 hearings, you know, sessions, and we had about 5 to 6 deals, agreements, and one of them I really worked a series of techniques, mediation techniques, and they worked, and I think I could help more the parties than I would do by ruling the case, you know. So I think today it was the best thing that happened to me and to the parties.
Yeah, but I think any day that you can help people, that's a good day.
Oh yeah, yeah. And we are doing, you know, in Brazil, the Brazilian judges, they used to conciliate. It's kind of mediation, conciliation. They used to conciliate their cases, and I think we are changing the focus, and we are doing good, especially in the employment justice, the labor justice here.
Yeah, that's good work. And the Brazilian judicial justice system has made massive improvements over the last decade. It's really impressive what you've done.
Yes, and we know, you know, it's a little bit different in Brazil. We have the federal system, the state system, and we have the employment system, the labor system, let's say, let's put in these words. And especially in the labor justice, in the last 5-6 years, we have doing a lot of education, judges, public servants, and we have the challenge of preparing the lawyers. Lawyers need to be aware about mediation and negotiation, and we have a lot to do.
Well, I think we all do, but Brazil is doing a good job. Fernando, if you hear a strange sound in the middle of the night, are you the personality that wakes up and goes to check the strange sound, or do you sort of hide in your bedroom with the covers over your face?
It depends because this night it was my son and I was asleep, so I didn't wake up. But if it's a strange sound, so surely I wake up and go after that sound.
To go investigate? I hide under the covers.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's a better choice, but I don't have this choice here because I am the one who wake up at the night to deal with my daughter, with my son. So it depends on when they are with a health issue. My wife stands up, but if we have a strange sound, I think surely I have to go.
Then it's your job.
Yes, my job.
That's all right. That's fair. That's a good relationship when you have the accommodation.
You have a lot of questions.
Yes, more than 140.
140?
Yeah,
all of them made by you?
Yep.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. All right. Fernando, who is the most creative person that you know?
Most creative. Are you talking about the present or about the whole history? Because I think it's Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci, I think it's the best, but if we are talking about someone who died a time ago, I think Steve Jobs, very creative. Very creative, but I still should go with Leonardo da Vinci.
Good choice.
Architects, physician, writer, painter.
Everything.
Yeah.
Fernando, you don't have to answer this question if you prefer not to.
Okay, so I think I'm going.
Wait.
Okay.
If I ask your wife, will she say that you're a very good dancer, an okay dancer, or a bad dancer? How is your tango, sir?
I think I'm an okay dancer because I met my wife in a dance group. I don't remember the word exactly, but my surname is Hoffman. My last name is Hoffman. And we met in a Germanic folkloric group. So we used to dance. I am an okay dancer. Let's put in these words.
That's all right. You're out there, you're dancing. That's all that matters.
Yes.
Now, one of the things I like most about Brazil is the food. It's amazing. If we were going to have a feast in your honor, Judge Hoffman, the feast, what would we have on our dinner table? What food would we be eating?
Barbecue.
Of course.
Barbecue. you know, with garlic bread, with some cheese, grilled cheese, with potatoes, but all from the pit, you know, it's barbecue. And I would let you choose between beer or wine, or beer and wine, but I think it's barbecue.
Nothing better than Brazilian barbecue.
Actually, I think it's the only one meal that I can prepare. Maybe I can go with a risotto here, you know, but barbecue, I am a confident cooker.
Right. It's just the best. It's just the best. Now I'm hungry. All right.
Okay, what time is it now in France? Do you live in France, right?
Yeah. So in France, it is almost 7 p.m.
Okay.
Now, what time is it for you?
Here is 2:45 p.m. So I'm not hungry.
Not hungry. Well, I'm fixated on Brazilian barbecue. Fernando, what was the last photograph that you took on your telephone?
Okay, here the answer is not that good because I used to take a lot of pictures about, you know, banners and websites that have some knowledge about mediation and this kind of stuff. So I think it's a banner from internet, mediation insight, you know, some of those phrases that we like, and then I take a picture. Old school.
That's a very valid answer. A very valid answer. Let's see. The next card reads, what is the most interesting animal that you've ever seen in the wild, in the jungle?
Very
Or I suppose for you, it could also be in the ocean.
The more
the most interesting.
Interesting. Let me think. I remember that I saw a spider, and it was that terrible spider. I'm not fear of spider. I have no fear, but that one was really, really ugly, really ugly. I think it was a spider. It was a spider.
There's some really scary spiders in Brazil.
Yeah, we have a lot. Let's stay with the spider. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you the spider because there's a lot of scary spiders in Brazil. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
I totally understand.
Fernando, if you had no limit for money and you were instructed to build a museum, what kind of museum would you open?
No limit of money. You know, maybe museum of the human nature, about our journey in this world, something like that. But
That would be a good museum, yeah.
Yes, I would need a lot of money, you know.
A lot of money and a lot of assistance, I think.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. Fernando, do you play any musical instruments?
No, unfortunately, no. My wife does, my kids do, but it's not my kids. Unfortunately, I don't have talent for that. Definitely, you don't want to hear me playing any musical instruments.
We appreciate the warning. Do you play sports?
Oh yeah, that's my beach. How we say in Brazil, that's my place. For now, I'm playing beach tennis. Have you heard about it?
Yes.
Beach tennis, and I used to play soccer as any male Brazilian. I played squash, I played tennis, I played volleyball, basketball. So I think I'm good with any sport, any sports that we have a ball in it. And I know that's a paradox. I love mediation and I love peace, but I love to watch American football, you know. From the time that I attended the LLM in Pepperdine, Los Angeles, I went to some games and watched the Los Angeles Rams, and me and my son, 14-year-old, we love to watch the American football. You know, there is a lot of strategy. There is a lot of I don't know. It's a fight for space, you know, and it seems that it's violent, and it is violent, but at the same time, it's very strategic. And I think that's the point about American football.
Yeah, that's a sport that I enjoy as well. So, and I am not athletic, but I do enjoy American football. And so then, sir, I'll ask you the same question that I ask all of my guests as the last question. And that is, what do you love most about the work we do in the resolution industry?
If I have to choose one word, I think it's satisfaction. Because, you know, I am a professor here as well, a judge, and as I say, I am a ruler judge and also a mediator judge. So I am a judge, mediator, a professor, and a student. And what I think that it is the best in our arena is satisfaction, because if you can help parties and lawyers to reach an agreement, if you can help your colleagues, public servants, judges to master the mediation skills and techniques, if you can help young lawyers to negotiate, to learn how to negotiate the basics, you can feel the satisfaction feeling. It's a feeling, it's a strong feeling, because parties, they like that you are helping them. The lawyers, they congratulate you after a mediation session or a conciliation. Colleagues, judges, public servants, they spend dozens of hours studying mediation and going to observe mediations, to co-mediate and to do solo mediations. And they come back to us, professors, and they say, well, I was really satisfied with all I was doing. So if I have to answer in one word, I think it's satisfaction, like the music.
That's an excellent word. And so we can just end right there, because that's the perfect conclusion. Everyone is satisfied. I like that very much. Judge Hoffman, thank you so much for having an idle chat with me today. It's been a great pleasure getting to know you.
was a pleasure to know you. And please, when you visit Brazil, let me know, and maybe we can have that barbecue in my house, okay?
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of Idle Chat videos for the American Bar Association Section for Dispute Resolution. And I am talking really, truly halfway around the globe with a colleague in Alaska. So from Normandy, France to Alaska, USA. Everybody, this is Kate. Kate, this is everybody.
Hello.
Hi, thanks very much for spending some of your time with me today, Kate.
I'm happy to do it.
All right, and thanks also for representing the Omsbud end of the resolution industry. We love our Oms buddies.
Well, there's a whole different cast of characters in the ombuds profession, so you never know what you're going to get.
Right, but they're lovely. They're like the Disneyland cast of characters. They're good guys. They're the good guys. All right,
try.
Miss Kate, shuffling the cards. Here we go. And your first card, Kate, what profession other than ombuds work would you like to attempt?
I think it would be fun to own a tea shop. I know it would be a lot of work and you would be up very early in the morning to bake, but I think I would enjoy that that atmosphere, right? Like you're making fabulous things to eat and people come and they have tea and fairy cakes, and hopefully no one is yelling at anyone, and everything is warm and cozy, and I think that would be fun.
There you go. You can't yell over a fairy cake.
I don't think so. Well, it depends on if it's the last fairy cake.
Now, see, but that's where your ombud skills come into play.
Yeah.
All right. Next card. Now, this one is a bit divisive.
Okay.
You don't want to answer. I understand completely. When you're flying, does the person in the middle seat get both armrests, one armrest, or no armrests?
Well, they definitely get the armrest beside me. The aisle person, they can fight with them, but they can have the armrest to the left of me because I typically sit in the window and scooch over.
Tip. All right, that's a good answer. I like that one. Miss Kate, do you play any instruments?
I learned how to play the piano as a very young child with skill but no talent. I learned how to play the flute because my parents insisted I had to be in the middle school band. And I learned how to play the accordion because my roommate in Nome was an accordion player and felt like I should know too. I don't know that I play any of them well enough to say that I play them, but I've learned how.
I think that counts. We're going to count that. And that's substantial. You are a one-woman band. That counts. I'm going to make the executive decision right here, right now. Idle chat, executive decision. Kate is a musician.
Okay.
All right. Kate, cats or dogs?
Dogs.
No hesitation. I like it. Miss Kate, what did you eat for breakfast today?
I did not eat breakfast today. I am on my third cup of coffee.
That's caffeine. That's one of the 4 major food groups.
It's true. It's true.
Totally counts. All right. Could you, by any chance, list for me any amazing physical feat that you have managed in your lifetime?
Well, I don't know if they're amazing to most people, but they were amazing to me. So I've done a half marathon. I thought I was going to die. I've climbed a couple of the mountains around here in Juneau, none of the really scary ones, all of the easy ones. What else have I done? I attempted to canoe a terrifying river in Scotland as a stupid college student and didn't die. And let's see, I've whitewater rafted the Ocoee in Tennessee and did nearly die. So
we'll edit that part out, don't worry. All right. So that is more than one physical feat. Impressive. Impressive list. All right. Kate, do you happen to remember the last time you stayed up all night?
it's been a long time. I think it was probably back when I was in practice. I don't think I've had to stay up all night since I was in my like 30s.
Which is fine because most of us don't.
Yeah.
Most of us don't. So.
I'm not sure I could stay up all night. I mean, I've stayed up all night to travel, like where you take the red eye. So I guess that counts. I had to go to Boston earlier this year and I took the red eye, so I was up all night. But
yeah, the older I get, the more it is less about the fun and more about the fun, less about the work. Yeah, absolutely. So, and Kate, I'll ask you the same question I always ask my guests at the end, and that is, tell me a little bit about Ombud's work and what you love most about the work we do.
Sure. So the Alaska State Ombudsman is a classical ombudsman. So we are a nonpartisan, independent investigatory body. So unlike an organizational ombudsman where the focus is on conflict resolution between employees and leadership, we are more like an inspector general where people bring us complaints about government agencies and we investigate impartially and come to a conclusion and then try to resolve if there is a problem to be resolve it there. I think for me, the mission is one that resonates with me. I believe government should serve the public efficiently and effectively and equitably. And I think the Ombudsman has a role in that. I also feel very lucky to work in this organization. We have prioritized the resilience of our staff and our organization over the last 5 years and really focused on ensuring that we do our best work without compromising the health and wellness of our staff. And it's not every organization where you can decide, like, I'm going to make sure my people are healthy and happy and do excellent work. So I appreciate that about this organization.
Good for you. I mean, the work, one, it's fascinating, but the overall benefit that you bring to everybody that you get to participate with is really, truly impressive. So Kate, thank you so much for joining me for an Idle Chat. I really appreciate you letting me get to know you for a bit.
Sure, it was fun.
All right, excellent. If you need to reach out to Kate, you can find her on the government site there for Alaska. That's it for me. Be good humans. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, but this is another in the series of Idle Chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. And I get to talk to a colleague, Melissa, in Sacramento, California. Melissa, it's so nice of you to join me. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, Natalie. I think this is just a wonderful idea to allow us to remain in contact with one another throughout the country as we're in lockdown or coming out of lockdown. So I appreciate it.
Well, it's absolutely my pleasure. So Melissa, I know that you have seen some of the other Idle Chat videos. You know the name of the game, got all the cards.
Yep.
The cards will tell us what we're going to talk about. And I'd like to say that no mediators will be harmed in the filming of this video, but
in preparing to speak with you this morning, I was thinking about all the questions that I'd heard you ask others and deciding what my answers would be, and then realizing, just like bar exams throughout the world, they're not going to be the same.
Yeah, hopefully, they're somewhat randomized and we get to have a chat that's not scripted. So, all right, Melissa, your first card, the question is, if an epic feast is held in your honor, what's on the table for us to consume?
Oh, a great big salad with everything in it, including croutons and probably some dried cranberries, and peppermint ice cream for dessert.
Perfect follow-up. The perfect follow-up. All right, the next card. Well, now the next card, I think we already have the answer to. The next card reads, what's the best ice cream flavor?
Oh, well, peppermint, obviously. And you know, there's a story behind that. We used to stop at Howard Johnson's when we traveled as kids on the East Coast with our parents, and they had the best peppermint ice cream. So fried clams and peppermint ice cream at Howard Johnson's, couldn't beat it.
That's so funny. Does Hojo's exist still?
I don't think so. My sister and I were thinking about that the other day as we were talking about those memories, and I have not seen one lately.
I haven't seen one in an age. Well, now I have to go on Google and find out. All right, Melissa, what artist or band do you always recommend when someone is asking you for a music recommendation?
Oh, that's interesting. My musical tastes are quite diverse. I say I like everything as long as it doesn't have bad words in it. But my go-to is usually Stevie Wonder. He just makes me feel good. And I've often thought there is no better album than Songs in the Key of Life.
It's a really great album. It's also great for dancing in the kitchen.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And that is a really important thing to do on a regular basis.
You know, whatever your food preference is, whatever your music preference is, taking that moment to dance around the kitchen alone or with your partner, that's just good stuff.
Absolutely. And we do it.
Yep. And
We
Stevie
do it
Wonder,
alone sometimes, but no, we don't talk about that.
that's just between you and me.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for keeping that under your hat.
It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for. All right, let's see. Melissa, what is the most recent show that you've binge watched?
Oh, what did we just finish? We're actually watching White Lotus right now and just finished the second episode, which is taking place in Sicily, this second season. So we just finished the second episode of the second season. It's very light fare. So that's kind of something. I watched The Handmaid's Tale by myself.
That is not light fare.
It is not light fare at all. It's very heavy, but I feel like it's sort of required watching. And I'm not going near politics. It's just a really scary dystopian future. But we did just binge watch something recently. And what about you?
I just finished binge watching, for no other reason than it was an excellent escape, Bosch.
Oh, yes. So
I
Bosch Legacy or the original Bosch?
So we only had one of them in France. And so I didn't realize that there were two until I got to the United States. Now I have finished both of them.
Ah,
right.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. And next on my list is, again, for no other reason than it's an absolute escapism, is The Lincoln Lawyer.
Oh yeah, that's a really popular one. We've started that and kind of got away from it, but I think we've pretty much watched all of the, the top 10 of all times, and then some. Breaking Bad and The Sopranos, and yeah.
Right. Peaky Blinders was probably my favorite.
Peaky Blinders. That's the one we just finished. Yes, loved it.
Yes, and the dissonance between the music track and the period piece itself is so lovely.
Right. No, I agree. And how many different ways can that one song be iterated? Yeah. Which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, The Red Hand. Oh man. All right. Well, moving on.
Yes.
Next card. What is your least favorite smell?
Needs to be a specific smell, huh?
It can be anything you want.
Yeah, I really like spicy smells. I really don't like sweet smells, sweet cloying smells. So, cloves and cinnamon, yes. Probably not like cotton candy and that sort. Yeah. It's a genre of smells, I think.
There are many varying hues.
Exactly.
All right. Let's see. Next question. How many hours per day do you spend online?
Well, my phone tells me that I spend anywhere between 4 and 10 hours online. A lot of that is work.
Yeah.
So it's no longer, in this post-COVID reality, it's no longer reflective of fooling around or going through zillions of emails. There's much more to it.
There is. It was easier when we were all just watching YouTube videos on how to fold a fitted sheet.
Exactly, which I do very well, by the way.
I have never succeeded at that. That will never be on my resume. But you should probably put it on yours if that's a skill set you have. That should be a line item.
Or you can just stay after we talk and I'll tell you how to do it. And then you can tell all your other guests. We'll get the word out.
There you go. We'll do our own tutorial. That works.
Perfect.
All right. Melissa, if magic were real, what spell would you want to learn first?
Okay. I would learn the spell of teaching people grace and compassion. So, it's such a hard life lesson to develop, and it has to be developed over a lifetime. But especially now, I just feel like grace and compassion is missing in so many corners of our world. We talked about that earlier, how we don't do a small talk really anymore. We kind of don't know how. So just grace and compassion.
I think that's right. I think that's a really lovely spell. Once you've worked out all the bugs on that spell, you let me know, and that will be a tutorial separately.
We can do that and a fitted sheet. Perfect.
Perfect. Side by side. Nice,
Perfect.
Nice match. What is it? A full sheet set. 1/2 spell, 1/2 fitted sheet.
I like it. I like it. Good, Natalie.
And then, Melissa, I'll ask you the same question that I ask all of my guests as the last question. And that is, what do you love most about the work that we do in the resolution industry?
Yeah, what I love most about it is my cases are usually in civil litigation when they come to me. But regardless, they're always in dispute mode. And what I love about it is allowing people to have a safe space to unload their burdens and walk away with some control over how their problems have been resolved. I love our justice system. Obviously, I wouldn't have been a lawyer for 35 years if I didn't. But there is something to be said for resolving disputes in a private way. The civil litigants often feel like they've been wronged again, just going through the justice system to have their disputes resolved. So I like offering this gentler, more creative approach that involves the individual in the decision.
Right. It does feel more humane in that when you take a case to court, you're a case number, you're a transaction.
Yeah.
And in mediation, you are a real human with real issues, real concerns, real stresses, real problems that we can talk about and work our way through.
Right. Exactly. And whether it's a business dispute or a personal dispute or neighborhood dispute, so often the result that is the right result for the people in their minds is really not even available in a court of law. And so the creativity around, that is offered in the mediation setting in particular is quite a benefit in my mind.
It is. I think you're exactly right. And I think it feels really good to be part of that offering.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. As I tell my people, I'm a recovering litigator. I took my gladiator hat off and changed chairs at the table, and I really, really feel strongly this is a better way to go.
Good. Well, we're glad that you're part of our industry. It's nice to have people like you involved in helping us. Melissa, thank you so much for having an idle chat with me. It was really nice to get to know you for a few minutes.
This has been lovely. I hope to see you down in Las Vegas.
I'll be there.
Excellent.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I get to interview a colleague from Johannesburg, South Africa, Virash. So nice to have you on the idle chat with me.
Thank you so much for this invitation, Natalie. I am excited. I'm loaded, and I'm not even sure how we're going to go about this, but I know we're going to have fun. So thank you so much.
Well, it's my pleasure. So, Virash, the way that it works, got all of these questions on cards. All we do, shuffle the cards. The cards will tell us what it is that we're going to talk about. So, how are things in South Africa these days?
Lovely, because the weather has changed. We're now going into our summer and we're having happier days, lots of rain, so that's welcome. But we're looking forward to our sunshine and the holiday season.
Always good. It's always good. Always good. All right, Virash. First card reads, if you never had to sleep again, how would you spend the extra time?
If I never had to sleep, I would probably have time, hopefully I'm not tired enough, and keep my eyes open to read all the books that are lying all over my house, an endless list of books that I buy but never read. And probably give myself that self-care, just be able to read some of those books, at least some of them, not the 20 half-opened ones that are lying all over the house. So I'd use that time to do that.
That's, yeah, I'm on that team too. All right. Virash, what is the coldest you've ever been?
Is it to people or weather?
Well, I hadn't really thought of the first that you mentioned, but I would be curious about both of those. What have you got for me for an answer for both situations?
Okay, so in terms of, being around people and just not feel is when because we're trained to understand people, their emotions, and how they're using situations to manipulate it. I think for me, when I'm starting to see someone taking advantage of someone, is when I will actually become quite direct and quite cold in my interaction with them to say, look, this is not good. This is, this is not acceptable in terms of the behavior. And whether the coldest I've been, it was actually in Scotland. And the weather turned from a warm day to an icy cold day within minutes. And I hadn't planned on taking a jacket. So walking the Royal Mile freezing. It's the coldest I've been.
I would like to say that's a unique experience, but I hear that from a lot of people who come to visit us in Northern Europe. Yeah. Not warm, not warm. All right, Virash, the next card, you don't have to answer if this is going to incriminate you in any way, shape, or form in front of your friends and family.
Okay.
What is the most expensive thing you've ever broken?
Oh, probably my vehicle. And I didn't intend on it. I just wasn't paying attention and drove into a curb. I just wasn't paying attention.
Things happen.
Yes, it does.
Things happen. All right. The next card is, what question or questions would you like to ask a time traveler who's visiting you from 200 years in the future?
What would I ask them? Well, what was your hygiene like?
Fair question. Very fair question. All right. Next card. Is there something that always cheers you up?
Yes, it's the sound of children laughing. It really is the most innocent, joyful sound possible. It lights my life when I hear children. It doesn't even matter what causes the laughter. It doesn't matter their social standing or socioeconomic background. When you hear them laughing, that pure innocent joy, it just lights me up.
Yeah. That is a good recipe for happiness. Yeah. Viraj, could you describe for me, please, what your perfect day would look like?
I think weather aside, I think it's more of having just the calmness in a day, the not busy, being able to go half an hour, even an hour at a time, just being in control of it, being able to fulfill myself with things that make me happy, even if it's just sitting around, having a cup of something warm to drink or cool to drink, and just hearing the sounds around me. Just that would just be with my mind being present in that moment.
Stillness, a little bit of stillness. Yeah, very good. And Viraj, I'll ask you the same question that I ask all of my guests on the Idle Chat as the last question. And that is, what do you love most about the work that we do in the resolution industry and as mediators?
Coming from a legal background where I was involved in litigations and trials and seeing people in that, just being confused by what is happening around them. What we give in mediation is a sense of control and giving them an environment where they feel heard. They feel heard, and then they have that opportunity to say what their deepest thoughts are to someone, when we, especially running an individual session with them, to someone who's just going to listen. They're not going to judge. They're not going to take what they hear and use it against that person outside that conversation. That safety of that environment to protect their fears, and allowing them to express themselves without, and we're trained to, our communication skills are trained to ask the right questions, to remain silent appropriately. I think that is what the part of mediation people don't understand brings as an advantage to sitting in that environment.
It really is the difference between going to court for a transactional case versus a very human experience.
It is. And I think, yeah, sorry. And I think that once, a lot of people see it as a tick box approach. And I think once you're in it, once the clients are in it, once the people are in it, and they actually realize this is a professional person who will listen to me. And sometimes it's very difficult when you're a lawyer and they think, well, why are you not doing the competitive, putting us against each other? Why are you actually giving us your attention? It confuses them. It's sort of, they're imbalanced in a way, because it's not what they expect. And I think that's where we develop, or we understand how important it is to give them that space to speak their voice.
It is so important, and it's such a privilege to be present when all of those really good things happen.
It is, and that when you start seeing their own light bulbs go on, thinking, whoa, I have control of, you actually telling me I have control over this decision. We can tailor it to what we want. And you say, yeah, and they just go, okay, then. It's just that light bulb that goes on is just so rewarding.
Well, but it's a whole body experience. You see the light bulb go on, but you also see them, they sit back in their chair, their shoulders drop, their faces get lighter and brighter. The smile comes back. You see it's a whole experience, and it's really fun to be a part of that.
It is, and like we were talking about earlier, it brings joy to the process. It brings, in addition to that sense of relief, it also brings that understanding. Like, with court processes, it's confusing. With mediation, there's understanding from all sides of it.
Yeah. It is. We are really lucky people to be involved in the world in this way. Well, Verhaj, I really appreciate you spending some of your valuable time with me for an idle chat. It was lovely to get to know you for a few minutes.
Yes, it was. I enjoyed our conversation. Thank you, Natalie.
My pleasure. I hope to see you again soon.
Definitely.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I'm talking to a colleague in La Jolla, California. This is Chuck. Chuck, this is everyone.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for putting on your best bow tie and joining me for an idle chat.
Well, I'm delighted to do so.
All
Happy
right.
to be here.
Well, I'm glad to have you. So Chuck, we're going to shuffle the cards and have a little conversation. I know for you, today's a rainy, blustery day. So we'll get some fun, lighthearted topics to counteract the rainy, windy day in San Diego. All right, first card reads, what is your favorite way to get some exercise?
I, for many years, was an over-the-road bicyclist. And I did a lot of cross-country biking and enjoyed it immensely. But I had 3 kids, 2 boys, and my older boy borrowed my bicycle and it got stolen. He borrowed my wife's bicycle and it got stolen. And so for want of a bicycle, I started running. And that was in about 1982 or so. And I've been running ever since. I do confess that each year I seem to run a little slower, and I'm not sure now that I'm really running or just fast walking, but I try to run 3 days a week, and it makes me feel at least like I've accomplished something, and hope at least gets my heart rate going a little bit longer.
That's a really good exercise. Yeah. And we can all run regardless of the speed. That's,
Well, that's
something we
what I
can.
convince myself, yes. But it's, when you see the young Turks come bolting by you, it's a humbling experience, and humility isn't a bad thing either.
Maybe they're just not taking the time to appreciate the good view that you are.
I'm going to think about that tomorrow morning when I go out.
Yeah. They're rushing by. They're not embracing the moment the same way you are.
You've added some insight to my exercise experience.
Just, you got to make it work. You got to make it work. All right, Chuck, what is the spiciest thing you've ever eaten?
Thai food. I can't remember exactly what the dish was, but I happen to like spicy food. I went to college at the University of Iowa, and one of my fraternity brothers was from Panama. And when we would go out for pizza, he would always just basically coat the top of the pizza with red chili pepper flakes. And I learned from him that there's a delight to be had to the palate. But this particular dish I had was one that really I think was over the top. I generally like food that's different and off the beaten track, and so I'm daring and will generally embrace something that's odd on the menu, even if I don't know what it is. But this was particularly hot, and in fact, as I'm telling you this story, I can still kind of taste it a little bit in the roof of my mouth.
Now, there's a difference between spicy and something that causes you physical distress.
Well, this just lingered with me. I did survive the experience.
Still, yeah, no, and Thai food almost always is at the top of the spicy list. Yeah. All right, sir, next question. Who would you nominate to have their own reality TV show?
Boy, that's an interesting challenge. Not having thought about this in advance, I think it would probably be a musician, and it might be somebody who's not, in the popular genre, but somebody maybe like Yo-Yo Ma. His name just happens to pop into my mind right now. Could be somebody else along that same category, but having them show us a little bit about the reality of their lives when all we hear is pure perfection at the concert level might be kind of interesting and worthwhile.
I think you're right. I think that would be an excellent TV reality show. Yeah, behind the scenes, what it really takes.
Ask me the question tomorrow, I might come up with a different answer. But
I'll just call you back tomorrow morning. Same bat time, same bat channel.
all right.
All right. Next card. Chuck, what is the worst thing you've ever eaten out of politeness?
I spent a year in Vietnam, and my job was as an advisor to the Vietnamese JAG Corps. I was stationed in Saigon, and one of the responsibilities was to do a lot of protocol compliance. And our counterparts had a big celebratory luncheon that was a command performance. I didn't have any choice but to go, and I didn't have any choice but to eat. And the entire meal was made from a goat. What was served as sort of an aperitif and looked a little bit like a Bloody Mary was goat's blood. And I will tell you that the soup was goat testicle soup. Fortunately, the menu was in Vietnamese, which I did not read. So I didn't know what I was eating until my counterpart after lunch translated it for me. I think they took great delight in trying to see whether they could get the Americans to squirm. And frankly, I didn't squirm, but it wasn't something that I ordered the next time I was in a Vietnamese restaurant.
Good for you. Yeah, and I think that a lot of cultures enjoy the sport of, feeding things that are not a normal menu item, but good for you, not flinching.
That was over the top, I have to say.
Yeah, I will agree. Let's see, next card. Is there a song that you feel absolutely compelled to sing along to, even if you don't know all of the words?
I'm sure there are many songs. I played in a rock and roll cover band all the way through college. I was the drummer. And although I had at that time done a lot of singing, and I've done a lot of singing ever since, the other guys in my band never let me sing. I could occasionally do some ooh-ahs in the background or something like that. But I sat for 4 years basically at my drum kit listening to them sing. And so I've got the chord structure and the music down pat. But they never let me memorize the words, or at least I didn't memorize the words. And out of that, the tune that comes quickest to mind is Johnny Be Good. And I always wanted to sing that song, and it's obviously left a scar in my brain someplace.
Well, maybe when I call you back tomorrow, you can sing it to me.
I'll spend the afternoon working on that one.
There you go. There you go. All right. Chuck, when was the last time you slept more than 9 hours?
Saturday night, when daylight savings time expired. I'm not slothful, but one of the things that I have enjoyed since retiring from big law and leaving the timesheet behind is that I get up when I get up. I don't, other than an occasional trip when I have to get to the airport early, I don't use an alarm clock. And last Saturday night, Sunday morning was one of those times I just slept till the spirit moved me, and it turned out it was slightly more than 10 hours.
Such a nice luxury, isn't it?
I'm in hog heaven.
Right, absolutely. And Chuck, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests as the last question, and that is to tell me a little bit about your practice and what you love most about the work we do in the resolution industry.
I don't think there is as much difference between being an advocate in the dispute resolution context and being a neutral. As I reflect back on maybe the last 10 plus years of my active practice of law, I spent an awful lot of time trying to be creative and imagining solutions to the problems that people brought to me for some sort of resolution, knowing that most of them certainly didn't want to go to court, and that one of the services I could provide to people was to be imaginative and to encourage them to think creatively about what were they really trying to accomplish. Now, that's just the flip side of what I do as a mediator, and even frankly as an arbitrator. And I do a lot of arbitration and business disputes primarily. But those people they too are looking for a solution, and oftentimes by providing them a sense of fairness and giving them an opportunity to be heard, puts the case in a position where they then can set about to resolve the case either themselves or with the assistance of another mediator. But the thing I like most about mediation particularly is if I can do something, I can think of something that the parties and their lawyers have not been able to think about themselves, and then try to assist them in embracing it as a way to be at peace. As I said, I had a very active practice as a trial lawyer for 50 plus years, and I really enjoyed it, and I loved being in the courtroom as an advocate. But when it was all said and done, even when you were victorious and your client prevailed, there was so little satisfaction and peace that was purchased in the courtroom. And if I can help somebody be at peace, it's a very fulfilling experience. I think the day is well spent.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. Well, Chuck, it was so nice of you to set aside some of your valuable drum time, sing time, run time, and have an idle chat with me. I really appreciate it.
Oh, well, thank you for inviting me. This has been fun.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was nice getting to know you a little bit.
Delight on my end too.
Thanks very much. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and I really appreciate that you've joined me for another in the Idle Chat series for the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. Today, I get to talk to a colleague in San Diego, California. This is Amanda. Amanda, this is everyone.
Hi.
Hi. All right, so Amanda, we're going to shuffle these cards. The cards will dictate what we're going to talk about. And I promise that no neutrals will be harmed in the filming of an idle chat. And all right. First question, Amanda.
Mm-hmm.
What game have you spent the most hours playing?
So, oh gosh. So I feel like as a kid, that would probably have been like Sorry or Monopoly. More recently, we have been playing Settlers of Catan and something called Carcassonne.
Carcassonne, like the walled village in southern France?
Yeah, so it's these little tiles and you make up little cities, roads, and yeah, that's exactly what it is.
All right. Carcassonne happens to be one of my favorite places to visit in France. It's really beautiful.
Oh, well, I haven't been, but it's a fun game, so I'd
Well, now I'll
recommend
have to
it.
look up the game.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for that. All right, Amanda, if you want to pass on the next question, I understand completely.
Okay.
Or you can answer and we'll just keep your answer between you and I.
Okay.
What is the worst job you've ever had?
I feel like I need to pass on that one if it's going to be a public answer. I could tell you, but yeah.
Totally fair. Totally fair. All right. Next card. If you built a themed hotel, what would the theme be and what would the rooms look like?
Ooh, okay. So I'm going to go with things that first pop into my head. And I'm going to go with, so I'm a runner. And so the idea of like a running theme and maybe rooms having to do with different like marathons or races and a theme like that.
That would be fun. You could have a treadmill in every room.
Yeah, except for I really don't like treadmills. It's more of a get out and run type of thing. But, you know, some people like them.
I suppose you could put in, I suppose where you build it, you could put in running paths. You could have,
yes,
right?
for
This
sure.
is the coastal run. This is the forest run. That would be fun.
Yeah, I like it.
That's a hotel I would stay in. I know I don't look like a runner, but I do appreciate it. All right.
Everyone can be a runner.
Yes, to varying degrees. Yes. You might have to quantify what, you know, what runner means, but yes, we all could. All right. Next card. What is the most beautiful beach you've ever visited?
Most beautiful beach. So I will have to say in Thailand, we were there in February of 2020, right before like everything shut down. And we were on one of the islands, Koh Lanta, and it was just so pretty, water and the islands around and just the beaches and everything.
Oh, man, just doesn't get much better than that, does it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Love to go back.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Amanda, next card. If heaven exists, what does it look like?
Ooh, so I would say, I think for me, it would be a lot about everybody getting along, about just kind of that helping each other out. And I think just like slowness, being able to like enjoy time and not have the hectic pace that we unfortunately have, I think, a lot of times in life.
I think that's a really good concept of what heaven would be.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I like your vision. All right. Ooh, next question can be divisive.
Okay.
Glad you're sitting down. Die Hard. Is it a Christmas movie or not?
I'm gonna have to say no, but also I'm not a big Christmas movie person, so I think that kind of sways my opinion of it because I do like the movie.
It's just one of those things.
I
you know,
know.
for people it either is or it either isn't. All
Yep.
right. Next question. Amanda Singer. Cake or pie?
Pie.
What kind of pie?
Ooh, so I like lots of different kinds of pie. I've been actually baking pie in the last couple years. And interestingly enough, I did not like it before I had homemade, but cherry pie. My father-in-law loves cherry pie. And so I learned how to make it homemade and I was blown away because I think I'd had too much of the like kind of canned syrupy, but when you make it from fresh cherries and yeah, really good.
All the difference in the world. Oh,
Yes,
good for you.
yeah.
All right. Amanda, do you like working from home or do you prefer having an office to go to?
So I actually like both, and I like being able to do both. So we have an office and I go in about 2 days a week, and then I work from home the other days of the week. And I think that for me, I like the mix of it because sometimes I can be really productive at home, and other times I'm like, oh, the laundry and this needs to be done and that needs to happen. And so there's something about being at the office that just is a little bit different. But living in Southern California, I really like not having to drive as much. So I think the mix of it, of being able to do both and getting to see some of my employees face to face, but also having some time at home is honestly for me the best.
Yeah, the hybrid. I absolutely agree. The hybrid works. Yeah, it's a nice lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's a lot of what it is. Change from like the craziness of being in an office every day.
Yeah, I think, and it's, it's better for your mental health. And if you're in a better position personally, you're in a better position for your clients.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so,
definitely.
Absolutely. All right. Next card. What is the best piece of advice you've ever been given?
I would say the best piece of advice I've ever been given is to listen more than you talk.
Brilliant. Yeah, really brilliant, especially for our line of work.
Yeah, definitely. But just in general, I think that people don't always listen. They either talk or they think about what they're going to talk about while they're listening.
Yeah. And I think the other aspect of that is understanding that silence isn't a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I think we get uncomfortable with silence.
I think that's true. And it can actually be a really good thing to have in a conversation. Silence.
Yeah.
All right.
Agree.
The next card. Do you have a favorite word? And if so, what is it?
Ooh, this isn't one I've thought about before. I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite word. I think I like words. I like lots like different ones and learning new words. But that's not one that's coming to my mind right away. So I don't think I do.
That's all right. Words are just our friends.
There we go. Yeah.
That's enough. Enough said right there. All right. Amanda, if an epic feast is held in your honor, what would we be serving on the table?
Oh, 100% sushi.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a sushi. I love sushi, which is kind of a hard like feast type thing, but I'm still going to say sushi.
I think sushi works. I think that, yeah, I can see a big harvest table spread out with all the different sushi dishes.
Right.
Yeah. All right. That's a good feast. Amanda, do you have a question for me?
Ooh, do I have a question for you? Yes. So I'm a big reader, so I'd love to know what your favorite book is.
Oh gosh, I have a really serious problem with never having enough books at hand. But a favorite book, I would have to say one of my favorite books is by Louisa May Alcott, and it's called The Long Fatal Love Chase. And the female heroine in the story, Rosamond, is just a really impressive character. But I also really like the backstory of that book. It was when Louisa May Alcott submitted it for publication, it was deemed too risque to have a strong woman as the lead. The publishing house rejected it. She, in frustration, tossed all of the loose leaf story into a trunk and walked away from it. Her family, decades later, found it in a trunk in an attic and published it long after she was dead. And it's one of my favorite books. I just really like the strength of that female character.
I'll have to add it to my list because I have not read it, and
so, yeah,
I'm always interested in new books.
Yeah, it's not probably very widely known, and it's one of my favorite stories. So, all right. And Amanda, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests, and that is, what do you love most about the work that we do as resolutionists?
Yeah, so I think that I like best about it, and in a sense, some people could say it sounds cheesy, but it's really about helping others and about caring. Because I work as a mediator in the family law field, which is a very difficult time that people are going through. I think the fact that able to make their lives just a little bit easier, right? So when I talk with my clients and say that, I know this is one of the most difficult times of your life, and we want to make a hard time as easy as possible, and understand it won't be easy, but just to be able to do that a little bit. And so I think being able to see that, seeing clients that at the end leave happy and leave happy with each other. I don't think that there are many family law attorneys, those that litigate, that can say that about their clients.
Yeah, and I will agree. I think that's a tremendous gift that we make it better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we make it better. Well, good for you. And thanks so much for the hard work that you do. It's been lovely having an idle chat and getting to know you a little bit.
Thank you. I enjoyed this.
Excellent. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and today I get to talk to a colleague for another in the Idle Chat series for the American Bar Association in Leeds, England. Everyone, this is Narinder. Narinder, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
All right. So Narinder, you understand the premise of the Idle Chat. Nothing serious, nothing heavy, just for fun and just for a few minutes. We'll shuffle up the cards. The cards sort of dictate what we talk about. And let's see what we've got. All right. Narinder, what was the last photograph you took on your phone?
It was on Saturday morning when I walk in at Chalodine.
Okay.
It's in a local reservoir here, I think.
Oh, that's a nice photograph, I'm sure. Narinder, who is the most creative person that you know?
Most creative person I know. The most creative person I knew, I should say, it was my cousin, second cousin. He's no longer in this world. He was 37 when he left us 3-4 years ago. He was probably he did the law, youngest barrister in UK, one of the youngest barrister in UK. He took over the business. He turned around anything and everything overnight. Say, right, I'm not sure tomorrow, then let's talk tomorrow. Not today, but talk tomorrow. Come back with solutions and answers and discussions, and absolutely great marketing, social media. He wasn't marketing person. He was an accountant, but within a few hours, a few days, he'll start talking to you in accounts, finance, marketing. Absolutely great guy he was. My
Oh, well,
mentor.
I'm sorry that you, yeah, I'm sorry that you lost him. He sounds like he was a super, super fun guy to have on your side.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right. Narinder, what habit do you have now that you wish you had started earlier in your career?
Reading books, listening to books, I should say, audible, or reading and books, really, basically.
All right. What do you read? What do you listen to?
Anything business related, motivational. Now I've been doing some mediation, but anything inspiring me, something to learn. Mostly, motivational videos and business mentors, coaching videos.
Yeah, good choice. That's something I always recommend to my clients that they do.
Thank you.
Narinder, where is the best place to take a walk?
I would say Chalodine in Bradford. That's where the picture I took last one. It's like a reservoir, man-made, probably 100 years, 200 years ago. Very nice place. It's in Bradford.
Yeah, it's a nice green belt there.
Yes.
Oh, Narinder, some people can do this and some people can't. I don't exactly know why, but can you, my friend, do the Vulcan hand greeting? Excellent. I don't know why some people can and some people can't. Narinder, Coffee or tea?
Tea.
No hesitation, right for the tea. All right. Sir, if you could delete all but 3 apps from your phone, what would they be?
Audible, Google Maps, or directions. The third one, maybe personal banking.
Sure, you got to know how to get to the bank. That makes sense.
Yes, bank. You know, the maps and Audible.
Right. That covers all the good bases. Narinder, sir, is there anything that you can't live without?
Do I have to answer that one?
No, you do not. You can take a pass.
Can't live without. Is that through our overall situation or currently or anything?
This is your chat. You make the rules.
I think company, people. I like to be people. I like people around you.
Yeah.
So,
I think for a lot of us, it was a very hard time during COVID when we didn't have access to people in the same way. For a lot of us, that was a really, really surprisingly difficult thing to do. Yeah. All right. Narinder, what was the best thing that has happened to you today?
best thing happened to me today. Probably I'm talking to yourself.
Wow, thanks for the compliment. My goodness, very nice. Let's see. The next card reads, it's the middle of the night and you hear something fall. What do you do? Are you the kind of personality that jumps up out of bed and dashes off to see what the mysterious sound is, or do you dive under the covers and hide?
No, I'll check. I'm curious about things, and yes, I will. I won't say jump out of bed that fast, but I will try to find out. I won't sleep. No.
All right. All right. And Narinder, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests as the last question. And that is, what do you love most about the work that we do in the resolution industry?
I think their final resolution, if it is settled, that both parties agree, I think there's more chances, or there's a good chance, bringing them back together. In litigation, I feel the people going in different directions. You know, like if we sit on table, both participant, there are good chance of if they're talking to them, eye contact a little bit, you know, get off their chest little things, then the person with the motivation and everything say, look, we need to talk, we going forward here, then I think there's a good chance to bring them back together, is just not resolving their arguments and disputes and money things, but you bring in two people or two parties or two families or two participants together. Even business part, supply and customer, there is the good. That's, I think, what I like about.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. I think that is a fantastic asset that we bring to our clients. So, well, Narinder, thank you so much for joining me in an idle chat, sir. It was a great pleasure to get to know you for a few minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Good day.
You too. Thank you very much.
Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin. Today, I'm talking to a colleague in Milano, Italy, Mario. Mario, everyone.
Hi.
So glad you could join me. So Mario, we're just going to shuffle the cards here and we'll find out what you and I are talking about. How's the weather in Milan today?
It's quite warm, sunny, a very warm fall so far.
Very nice. Very nice. All right, Mario, the first question, are you a sports fan?
Well, yes, I am. Football sports fan, as most Italian are. Um,
And what's your preferred team? Who do you root for?
team is Inter, uh, Milan football team, and I'm very passionate about that. The passion that comes from my father, and it's in my kids. So we are very serious in Italy about football.
Yes, I'm familiar with the passion, but that's nice. You have a multi-generational fan base. Good for you. All right. Oh, Mario, have you ever cut your own hair?
Myself?
Mhm.
Yes, I did.
And did it turn out okay, or was it a grave mistake?
Oh, no, I just managed to do it myself, and with trial and errors, and I became quite skilled.
All right. Well, now I know who to go to should my coiffeur quit.
Oh.
Mario, which flavor of ice cream best represents your personality?
Well, I don't know what best represents. I can tell you what's my favorite one, which is strawberry, but I can't make any sort of links to my personality. I don't know.
Right. That's all right. Strawberry is a really good flavor. I'll agree with you on that.
Okay.
So Mario, the next card, I think probably you can answer with some degree of authority. You're Italian. What is the best kind of pizza?
The best kind. It's a very subjective matter, I think, because we have different kinds of pizza, or different different ways of cooking it in Italy. So there's a pizza that is more popular in Naples, and other kind of pizza in other parts of Italy. But I really like the regular margherita pizza, which is the most, I would say, simple and tasty pizza ever, I think.
It's a classic.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a classic. How do you feel, by the way, about what's that?
It's a perfect balance of pieces of ingredients.
I think that you're right. Mario, how do you feel about crazy Americans who put pineapple on pizza?
Not only Americans, I know Germans do the same. I never tried that, but maybe there must be some point in it if somebody does that.
It's in the United States, that's a very divisive topic.
Yeah, well, it's a bit hard, but anyway,
It's just life, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. The next question, also a bit divisive. Boy, you're getting some interesting cards today. Which way is the best way for your toilet paper roll to hang? With the open edge coming out, or the open edge going toward the wall?
Oh, it's a tough call. I would say any. I don't care about that.
You don't have a preference?
No, I don't.
That's a good mediator's answer.
I'm flexible.
There you go. All right. Let's see. The next card. What is something that was very common during your childhood that will seem very strange to your grandchildren?
What was very common in my childhood that today it would seem strange to my grandchildren.
Yeah.
Well, I still don't have grandchildren, so I can talk about my kids. Maybe one thing that was very common was maybe playing football in the streets, which is something that it's quite uncommon today because all the kids are playing with tablets and smartphones. So there's a lot of open air games and activity that I see has been lost for to some extent. So that would seem quite strange to my my possible grandchildren to play with a ball down in the street.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, you know, when I was a child, all of the mothers would stand outside the houses, and at the dinner hour, they would all, you know, call for their children, dinner, come home, we were never in our house. We were always outside.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I sense you had the same experience.
Yeah, I think that's a really good answer. And I think that's unfortunate. That's, you know, maybe progress. I'm not sure. All right. Mario, if someone narrated your life story, who would the narrator be?
You mean a real person or imaginary?
I suppose you could have a comic book character or a cartoon character narrate your story. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I would say a photographer, someone that narrates my story with pictures, and I'm quite visual person, so I'd like to tell a story with pictures, with images, and I like to learn story by images. So I think it would be a photographer.
I absolutely love that answer. All right. All right. Let's see. Mario, if there is a zombie apocalypse, which 3 people would you want to have on your team?
On my team to do what?
To survive.
To survive.
Yeah.
Well, maybe a helicopter pilot that could take me away, or I don't know, someone that could help me defend myself. Yeah, but maybe there would be more than 3 people that I would love to have with me. So I can say I can make real names of people, but that would be a very strong person that would help me to cope with these zombie attacks. So a very bold man or women.
I like the way you're going with it. Maybe have a powerful soldier who can also fly your helicopter, who could also provide medical care.
Yeah,
that's a good strategy. That's a really good strategy. And Mario, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests as the last question, and that is, what do you love most about the work you do in the ADR industry?
The thing that I really love about my work is connecting people and building bridges between people, which I think is the very core of our mediators' work, and that entails the ability to be vulnerable and to be human, which is something that is not very easy to do, and mostly professionals are sometimes in trouble to be themselves, to be authentic, to be human, and to reveal themselves vulnerable. And vulnerability, I think it's the biggest power in managing disputes and conflicts and helping people to sort out of conflicts, because you can give what they need to have and to put on the table, which is their vulnerability. So you can help them to be authentic, to be true, and to be open to the other, and even expose themselves with their weaknesses and strengths. And so, I mean, connecting people is what I really like about my work, and what every day tells me that there's something magic in what we do.
Yeah, I think you're right. What we do it is magic. Yeah, it is magic. Mario, thank you so much for joining me for an idle chat all the way from Milan, Italy. It was a great pleasure getting to know you a little bit.
Same for me. Thank you, Natalie.
My Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, but this video is for the Idle Chat series for the American Bar Association's Section 4 Dispute Resolution. And I'm so happy to talk to Eleanor Robin in Gainesville, Florida. It's so nice to have you with me, Eleanor.
Nice to be here.
All right, Eleanor, you know the name of the game for Idle Chat, nothing heavy, nothing serious. It's not hard-hitting journalism. We truly talk about not a whole lot of anything, but we'll shuffle the cards. The cards will tell us what it is we're going to talk about. So let's see what our chat will be today. All right, first card. Eleanor, are you a fan of movies?
Yes.
Yes? Do you have a favorite movie, a movie that you can quote on a regular basis?
Probably not.
No? No? All right. All right, next question. Eleanor, what is the best book?
Ever? The best
Just in
book
your,
ever?
yeah, just in your opinion, yeah.
Recently, I had a conversation with somebody about the books we had read in childhood. And so now, as an elder, if I remember the books, all these years, then in my mind, those are some of the best books. So the books that I remember reading from my childhood are A Wrinkle in Time, which they made it into a movie, but the movie doesn't hold a candle to the book. Harriet the Spy, which is maybe my all-time favorite of literary characters, and an old one called A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. And so if I remember those all these years, and each one has a heroine in it, if I remember all those heroines, then you know they really stood the test of time.
You know, I agree. Those are also books that I love and loved reading as a kid, you know, back in the covered wagon days. But yes, good choices. Good choices. All right. Let's see. Eleanor, is there a sport that you could play on television, so a televised game, without anyone discovering that you aren't a professional athlete?
Definitely not, no. There is no sport that I could play on television or that I could even play down the block that I would not look like a complete disaster. So when they gave out the athletic bones, I didn't get any. No sport.
You weren't in that line.
No, I was not in that line, no.
No. You were over in the literature line.
Maybe. I don't know.
Checking out the good books. All right.
Yeah, I was in the Let's Party line. I was not in the athletic line, no.
That's all right.
Pickleball is like the hot new sport, and they say like anybody can play it. Anybody can play it, and maybe I will give it a try at some point in time. But and the other thing I have done, and I will do again, is dragon boating, because I think it's like it's truly a team sport. Dragon boating. Do you know what that is?
I have no idea. What is this?
Everybody sits in a long boat, two across, and there's, I guess, from the ancient Chinese dragon boats, and there's one person who stands at the front of the boat, and maybe he hits a drum to keep everybody in, on time and tuned, and you row, and there's contests and everything for dragon boaters. And it's a sport that a lot of older people do. And then it's sort of halfway in between, you switch sides. So you get a workout on your left, and then you get a workout on your right. And, there's dragon boat races, but the idea of team sports appeals to me. I just, never got into them. And the funny thing is, I live in this college town where everyone is crazy, sports crazy. I have never been to a professional football game. So not only do I completely not have an athletic bone in my body, I'm deficient when it comes to even being a spectator.
But that dragon boat, that sounds like fun. I could, without being too heavy-handed about it, I could get on board with that. That sounds brilliant to me.
Yeah, I did it when we lived in South Florida. Now that we're here in North Florida, I have to drive about an hour and a half to get to the place where they do it. So I've been hesitant, but it is definitely on my list for 2023 of things to do.
I think that sounds fantastic. All right, Eleanor, next card. What is the oldest thing that you own?
Oh, some of my clothes are like really ancient. I drive a really old car. It's a 2009, and I take great pride in the fact that I drive this car that's a 2009 and has over 200,000 miles. To me, it feels like wasteful and silly to keep buying new cars. Like, why would you buy one when there's nothing wrong with the old one? But what's the oldest thing I
hope that's how my husband feels about his wife.
That's right. That's right. Probably some of my clothes are really old.
All right.
I've had them a really long time.
All right. Eleanor, what is your favorite sandwich?
I would probably say tuna salad, followed by tuna melt. Requires a lot more effort to make.
That's all right. What do you put in your tuna salad?
Mayonnaise, sometimes celery, sometimes capers, black olives, like Kalamata olives, mustard.
Good sandwich. Excellent sandwich. Well, Eleanor, the next card reads, are you a sports fan? I'm going to go ahead and put that card down.
We know the answer to that one, yeah.
We know the answer to that one. Let's see, the next card, if money and practicality weren't an issue, what would be the most interesting way for you to get around town?
I mean, if I had some kind of like drone that I could sit on and, do that, that would be good. But this is a small town, and my 2009 Highlander really does me well. So, and I can put so much stuff in the back of that car too. So,
right.
keep what I have, but if they do invent some kind of drone that you can sit on and, fly around with, I probably will buy one.
Sure, Jetson style. Who wouldn't want that?
That's right.
All right. George Jetson, look out.
Yep.
All right, let's see. Next card. In online video meetings, are you dressed for work head to toe, or are you only dressed for business from the waist up?
Waist up.
It's Florida.
That's it.
Come on
Yep.
now.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. I often will be wearing flip-flops, so.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm wearing
No.
slippers right now.
Yeah, that's it.
Confession right here. Yep. And Eleanor, I'll ask you the same question that I ask all of my guests as the last question. And that is, what do you love most about the work that we do in the resolution industry?
Oh, somebody sent me an email this morning. I should have printed it out so I could read it to you. You see, I really do two things. I mediate and I teach mediation. And from the clients where we have mediated their divorce, I often feel so much gratitude from them because they know that it could have gone in such a different, more destructive way. But this was an email from somebody who took a mediation class, and she sent me an email this morning telling me that the class really changed how she sees her law practice and how she sees her family. And so she's able to use her mediation skills with everybody from her clients to her children, and that it's made a difference to her. So I think at this point in my life, because I'm, kind of on the towards the end of career, not the beginning part of career, knowing that I make somebody else's life better is the best payoff I can get.
Oh, man. I can't think of a better way to end an idle chat than with something just that lovely. Eleanor, thank you so much for spending a few minutes with me. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another in the series of idle chat videos for the American Bar Association's section for dispute resolution. Today, I get to talk to a colleague in the UK, just across the channel from me, John Gaffney. Hi, John.
Hi, Natalie. I think I should probably clarify that while I am admitted in the UK, I'm actually joining you from the UAE. I'm based in Abu Dhabi.
Okay, excellent. Well, how are things in the UAE?
Very sunny. This is a wonderful time of the year. The winter here is just wonderful. So we're enjoying very sunny climes, and it's very, very pleasant.
Very nice. Well, good for you. Aren't you lucky?
Indeed. This is it's wonderful to be here this time of the year.
All right. So, John, I know that you've seen some of the idle chat videos, so we'll just give the cards a shuffle and find out what we're going to be talking about. How did you find yourself working in the UAE?
So I came here 9 years ago, transitioned mid-career into arbitration, and after a number of years practicing in London and Paris, I was offered a position here to head up the arbitration practice of the Abu Dhabi office of Al-Tamimi & Company. So that was a wonderful opportunity, and one that I seized. So that's how I came to be in the UAE.
Very nice. Well, good for you. All right. I like that. All right. So, John, the first card reads, what did you eat for breakfast today?
So for breakfast today, I had apple, try to get some fiber, and then I had some creamy coffee and whole grain toast lathered with orange marmalade. So that was my breakfast this morning.
That's a good breakfast. Good breakfast. John, cats or dogs?
It's a difficult one. I like elements of both. And growing, I don't have any cats or dogs in my apartment here, but growing up in the country, we had both. And I liked the independence of cats, but I also like the loyalty of dogs and their patience. So I think probably I try to avoid a binary choice and have both if I had a garden, especially for the dog.
It's your chat. You can definitely have both. There's no wrong answers here. All right, John, do you play any instruments?
Not really. I practiced guitar as a teenager and had a wonderful teacher. But no, I really wouldn't regard myself as being any way competent musically.
You're not being too hard on yourself?
No, I think singing in the shower is probably about as close as I get to musicality. But I mean, I love music. I listen to music, almost constantly at work and at home, and I'm sort of very eclectic taste in music. But I don't pretend that I can any way play.
All right. Well, so when someone asks you for a music recommendation, who is sort of your go-to band or musician that you recommend?
I guess it depends on what they're looking for, whether they're looking for jazz, classical, more sort of contemporary music. So I guess it would really depend. Nobody has come to me for any recommendations so far. But as I said, I've an eclectic taste in music, so I'm always on the lookout for I like interesting covers, of pop. I was listening recently to Churches. They did a cover of the Christmas standard "Another Day" by E17, and I'm probably mistitling that song. But again, I love that creativity.
Right. I really like when people are good at mashups, when they layer one over the other and reorder things. I think those are a lot of fun.
I agree. It's, I love to see, musicians taking their own standards in live concerts and revisiting them and making them more interesting. Again, I think that is a wonderful sign of their creativity.
I absolutely agree. Let's see, John, if you never needed to sleep again, how would you use the extra hours?
In doing, I guess am I confined to living in the present, or could I revisit the past?
Your idle chat, you can do anything you want with it.
Well, I can tell you what I would do if in that situation is I would go back into the past and spend all the time I missed with my 3 older daughters due to work and traveling. Without a doubt, that's the time I would go back and spend with them all those valuable hours that I missed.
Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. I hope they see this video. John, are there any quote unquote old person things that you do?
Oh, more so. If you saw me in the office where I'm joining from today, you'd see me bent over because I have back pain from trying to work out 2 days ago. So I'm making what Billy Connolly used to refer to as old people noises, groaning as I try to walk straight. So definitely, and I see myself saying things that perhaps my parents would have said. It's old. Just trying to think of old, and I've started walking. I have a recurring knee injury from I think my younger days playing rugby, and so I've had to give up running for the present. So I walk every morning. So I guess that's maybe classified as an old person thing.
It's yeah, I feel you on all of those, all of those. John, do you have any tattoos?
No, I felt quite. I was at visiting one of the hotels here, which is a very high class hotel, and I was astonished how tattoos have definitely become very fashionable. I remarked to somebody that I obviously missed the memo, and I should have got a few tattoos, bulked up and got a few tattoos. I think they probably look well, certainly from men's perspective, and guys who are buff and working out. But no, I have no tattoos.
All right. That's, you know, maybe that's what you'll get yourself for Christmas.
I don't think so. I think that ship has sailed.
Oh, that's all right. John, what is the best book?
Well, it's very difficult just to pick one. I mean, if you're to say the best book, I'd have to say, as a Roman Catholic, I'd say, you know, perhaps the New Testament. But in terms of the books that I really liked, I mean, I was a voracious reader as a child and as a teenager. And I had less opportunity to read as much as I would with work and family commitments. But I think the standout book for me is To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. I mean, it's just a wonderful, touching book with a wonderful, you know, hero to which as a lawyer you'd hope to relate. And Atticus Finch's, you know, his courage, his adherence to the rule of law when it had been easy to have abandoned his client in the face of the, you know, of the animosity felt towards him. And so that for me, I thought was a wonderful book, and one I really enjoyed. And, you know, and it had the benefit of the movie being almost as good as the book. I mean, and that's an unusual situation. So yes, I think in terms of novels, I think, you know, To Kill a Mockingbird is one of my favorite books.
It's one of the books that I go back and read over and over. You know, I'll 4 years and I'll read the book, and a few more years, and then I redo it again and I pick it up. And it is one of those books, I think, from my childhood and probably yours, that was really character building.
It was. Well, it's the kind of lawyer you'd hope to be and the person you'd hope to be. You know, and I mean, we ended up settling in a small town, which I loved, in rural Cork, and so you know the dynamics of a small town, and you really got to admire Atticus Finch. So I think you're right. It's a book. It's a book that's worth revisiting, you know, on a periodic basis. You can never grow tired of it.
No, that's a classic. That is one of my favorites too. And John, I'll ask you the same question that I ask all of my guests, is the last question in an Idle Chat. And that is, what do you love most about the work that we do in the resolution industry?
I think there's a number of elements. I think primarily it's because it's the Pacific, you know, settlement of disputes in accordance with the rule of law, as opposed to the rule of power or gunboat diplomacy in the case of investor-state arbitration. So that is what I primarily like about it. And you know, it's worrying in today's world that there's, you know, so many attacks on the rule of law. And it's wonderful to see parties being able to resolve their disputes in accordance with the rule of law and respecting the award that is ultimately issued. The other aspects I like are the international elements. You know, like I'm sitting here with you as an Irish and English qualified lawyer in Abu Dhabi, at, you know, working disputes which are seated around the world, which have different applicable laws. I spent half an hour with one of my colleagues from Egypt here discussing which applicable law should govern the validity of an arbitration agreement in a dispute involving European and Arabic parties with the different seats. So the academic in me, or perhaps the better phrase, the nerd, likes that aspect as well. And then I think thirdly are the people. I found interestingly that I felt I could relate better to many of my arbitration colleagues than necessarily my colleagues at home in terms of, because of my interest. So I think they're probably the three elements that have attracted me to this area.
Three really good elements, sir. Thank you so much for joining me for an Idle Chat. It was really lovely to get to know you for a few minutes.
Lovely. Well, Natalie, thank you very much for the invitation. I really appreciate it.
Well, it's my pleasure. Thanks so much, everybody, for watching. Be good humans. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, but this is another video for the Idle Chat series for the American Bar Association's Section 4 Dispute Resolution. And I'm talking with a colleague in the south of India. This is Ani. Ani, this is everyone.
Hello, Natalie.
Hi, thanks so much for joining me. Ani, we're going to give the cards a shuffle and we'll find out what you and I are talking about today. How are things in India?
Things are going quite good. Yeah, the temperatures have dropped because like winter is slowly settling in. So like the weather's finally a bit calm and peaceful now.
Very nice. Good for you. All right, Ani, the first card, what kind of nap is the most satisfying nap?
The one you have after lunch on a weekend. Yeah.
You're my kind of people, Ani. Not that there are wrong answers on the Idle Chat, but that is definitely the right answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ani, on what topic could you spend hours talking?
It depends. So usually I like to talk about mostly social issues at times, like social issues, political issues, or where we feel that there's some shortcomings coming out in the society and give our interpretation about it and maybe how we can overcome about it.
Good. Important stuff. Ani, what sound or noise do you love the most?
I haven't heard like sound will be, oh yes, I like hearing waterfalls and fountains, like these slow water coming, falling and all of that.
Yes, a lot of people pay a lot of money to listen to those sounds to fall asleep at night.
Yeah.
Right. Ani, what do you like most about yourself?
So my resilience. My resilience, like I want to, every day, I just want to be better than what I was yesterday.
That's a good thing to want. Ani, if you have to delete all but 3 apps from your phone, what 3 apps would remain?
Obviously my WhatsApp. And then I think my news apps. That's it. Those were the only ones that would be there.
All about communication.
That's it.
All right. Ani, coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Man after my own heart, coffee. Ani, can you do the Vulcan hand greeting? That's right. That divides us, doesn't it? All right. For you, where is the best place to take a walk?
In a park. In a park where like, just greenery. That's it. It has to be silent, greenery, and just hear the birds. That's it.
Just simple.
Very simple.
All right. Ani, what habit do you have now that you wish you had started earlier?
Trying to be more academically inclined.
Well, yeah, that's probably a really good one for a lot of us.
Yeah.
A really good one. All right. Ani, what is your favorite spectator sport?
I actually like soccer.
Okay. And who do you root for?
So right now in the countries, I'm a big Messi fan, so Argentina.
Because, it's Lionel Messi.
Yeah, Lionel Messi. Exactly.
Yeah, that's kind of that's a gimme. I don't like soccer and I appreciate Lionel Messi. So, all right. And Ani, I'll save, well, as always, I save the last question to be about you and your practice. Tell us a little bit more about what you love about the resolution industry, the work you do, your clients, Tell us what you like most about it.
Sure. So actually my core workplace right now is actually I work as an in-house counsel. But apart from that, I actually have aligned myself with various online dispute resolution institutes and platforms. So where it helps me to talk to the people who don't know about the dispute resolution first. So I like the fact is that I can go and tell them that, hey, there's a solution to your issues. You don't have to worry about going to court. You don't have to worry about like just going around the court for years together and like not here having an outcome. So I like to first tell them, like, educate the lower sections of the society about it first. And then afterwards also, so what I have also done is that I've also worked with a lot more lower societies and teaching them that, hey, this is the process of how it's going to be done. This is what dispute resolution is. And then afterwards, I even educate the people who are the ones who are running these programs. Because as you see, like India is a very vast country where every single district has different cultural aspects. So it actually, for us over here, it becomes difficult for us to reach to them on a lower level, like on a level that people might understand us. So I try to inculcate that into my practice and my work. And also I have done a lot of pro bono cases where I've been helping out like people from like, we have a few slum areas close by, like people like these people don't know what's going on. So I've like, apart from my in-house work and all that, I've taken up their cases, looked into it, gave them like free legal advice. Like I don't even want to charge them like even a small amount. I believe like, because like, I believe that I have been given an opportunity to study such a, like be part of such an honorable profession, right? So this is my way of giving back to the society. Because like, I cannot maybe save lives like medically, but maybe I can save a person, like make sure that he has at least a peaceful life.
Ani, that is the loveliest sentiment.
Thank you.
Very nice. You are a very honorable man. I'm so glad to get to know you a little bit. Thank you for joining me for an idle chat. I really appreciate the time you've spent with me. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, and this is another video in the series of idle chat conversations for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I get to talk to a colleague in Maryland, Carrie Jacobson, in the Baltimore, DC kind of neighborhood. How are you, Carrie?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing really well. Thanks so much for joining me for an idle chat.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure. So I know you've seen some of the videos. You know how it goes. We shuffle up the cards. The cards will tell us what we're going to talk about. Lots of scientific processes go into these idle chats, I tell you what. All right.
The luck of the draw.
Card. Yes, well, my folks in the lab were busy putting this together. Carrie, are you a sports fan?
Somewhat of a sports fan. I don't follow quite as closely as others in my household, but it is always on in the background.
That definitely qualifies. What kind of sports are you watching?
Well, I would say the primary sport that is watched in our household is hockey, but we also have American football and sometimes baseball.
All American family. I like it. All right. Carrie, what is the best sandwich?
Oh, the best sandwich. I would have to say the Chick-fil-A original chicken sandwich.
I've never had one.
They're quite lovely, but though I don't get pickles.
Well, I'll have to put it on my list. Carrie, what is the oldest thing that you own?
Oldest thing that I own. I have probably a collection of cards that I have received over the years, holiday cards, birthday cards, that sort of thing. A family tradition that those things are things that you keep. And so I have a shoebox of cards, greeting cards.
Oh, lovely. I like that tradition a lot. Good for you. All right, let's see. Since you're a sports fan, you might be able to answer this one. Carrie, what sport could you play the longest in a televised game without anyone discovering that you're not really a professional athlete?
I would say it would have to be probably softball. That was the sport that I played the longest in my career. Yeah.
Easiest for you. All right. Let's see. Next card reads, what question or questions would you like to ask a time traveler who's visiting us from 200 years in the future?
What question would I ask someone 200 years in the future? Let's see. I would ask how they have been able to keep the planet going, like with, climate change and all.
That's not a small question. That's a good one. I like that one a lot. Are you prone to quoting movies?
No.
No, not at all. Well, then I'm not going to ask you the question. It was going to be, what's your favorite movie quote, but that's all right.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Carrie, where is the most uncomfortable place you've ever slept?
Most uncomfortable place. I am very fortunate that I can sleep just about anywhere. I have the uncanny ability to sleep just about anywhere. I would say the most uncomfortable would probably be on the floor.
Well, I'm very jealous of people like you. I do not have that skill set, not even remotely.
Yes, and it's very helpful to have, especially with kids.
Oh, so jealous. All right. Carrie, what is the coolest or most interesting animal you've seen in the wild?
Seen in the wild. I would say probably a giraffe.
That is very cool indeed.
Yeah.
All right. Carrie, who is the most creative person you know?
The most creative person. I would say that is probably my daughter. She does a very good job of coming up with, she's very artsy. She also can create lots of Lego things. I am a typical type A person and I need instructions. So she is probably the most creative.
Well, a little balance always helps.
Yep.
To have those people around. Next question, very serious. Ketchup or mustard?
Ketchup.
I mean, not like there's a wrong answer on Idle Chat, but
Right,
that's
but
definitely
I
the
don't
right
like
answer.
mustard. I want to like mustard, but I don't really enjoy mustard.
All right. Do you, by any chance, eat food that is past its expiration date if it still smells and looks fine?
Absolutely. Yes, as long as it's not growing mold and it doesn't smell bad, perfectly okay. I feel like it's a suggested date.
That's how I view it. Yeah, love me a free thinker. Good for you. Carrie, if someone narrated your life story, who would be the narrator?
Who would I want to be the narrator? Only because I love the sound of his voice, Morgan Freeman. Yeah, not that it fits with me, but it's because I love the sound of his voice.
There are a few really iconic voices in the world, and his is definitely one of them.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, good choice. All right. And Carrie, I'll ask you the same question I ask all of my guests as the last question in Idle Chat videos. And that is, what do you love most about the work that we get to do in the resolution industry?
I appreciate seeing couples who are separating and divorcing really look out for the other person. Because of the private mediation work that I do, I get to see the best in those couples. And it's really heartwarming that even when they're going through this difficult time and they've chosen to separate and divorce, that they really want to make sure that the other person is set up for success.
That is an uncommonly nice thing to witness. Good for you. Good for you. All right. Well, Carrie Jacobson, thank you so much for joining me for an Idle Chat. I really appreciate you letting all of us get to know you a little bit better.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Hi, thanks very much for clicking on the video link. My name is Natalie Armstrong-Motin with Marketing Resolution, but this is an Idle Chat for the American Bar Association's Section for Dispute Resolution. Today, I get to talk to an arbitrator colleague outside of Rome, Nazareth Romero. Hi, Nazareth, how are you?
Hi, thank you very much, Natalie. Fine, lovely being here with you and Idle Chat. Really, I'm fascinated.
Well, good. I'm so glad that you could find a little few minutes in your busy schedule for us to have an Idle Chat. And I know that you've seen some of the other Idle Chat videos, not all 90 or 100 of them, however many there are, but you said a lot. So I know that you understand that we just shuffle the cards and the cards will tell us.
And I'm frightened. I must say that I'm frightened because when you move and I need to answer the question, so okay, anyway, come on.
Don't be nervous, I promise. This is just a friendly chat.
Okay.
Nazareth, the first card is, what do you know now that you wish you had known when you were 20?
Wow. Maybe be more natural. When you are 20, you think, and now you think, but not so much. Because it's better, because at the end, things happen quite by chance, and things happen. So maybe now I'm more synchronicity with the time and the day. Maybe now, of course, I don't know if this provides me more wisdom, but I feel more comfortable because, okay, life, I'm here because I want to be here with you, enjoy with you, being with you. When I was 20, I was thinking when I will be 25, when I will be 31, go. And now, okay, I am 56.
Yeah,
so I feel younger. I'm younger.
I think it's liberating.
Okay, maybe is the correct word, liberating. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, because when you let go of all of the overthinking and the analyzing, and you just exist in the moment, you're much freer.
And enjoy the moment. So power. For me, it's very important. Maybe I appreciate in the pandemic moments what means silence, because I was alone during the pandemic. So silence provide me peace, joyful, and more wisdom. Why not?
Very nice. That's an excellent way to come out of what could be a negative experience. Good for you, Nazareth.
Always open a window, close a door, but always open a window, always.
There you go. Yeah, you have to. You have to let it move.
Yeah, of course.
Nazareth, do you remember your first automobile?
My first movie.
No, what was your first car, your first automobile?
Automobile. My first car. I don't remember now. Seat. No, Seat. The second one was Citroën, but the first one, Seat Ibiza. Seat Ibiza red. Seat Ibiza red. Lovely car. Red, yes. Passion.
Good for you. Good for you. Let's see, the next card, Nazareth. If you were hired to be the tour guide in Rome, what would you show the tourists? Where would you, if I came to visit you, what would you show me about Rome?
Via Margutta.
Tell me more.
Via Margutta. Because on my free time, I enjoy painting. And Via Margutta, when you came here to Rome, is a lovely place when we can walk and is provide creativity because there are a lot of places in we can enjoy visiting studio, art, artists, painter, designer. Also, if I grown, there is a hotel in we can stay there, and it's a lovely place because during the mornings and during the evening nights provide different lights, atmosphere. It's a magic place, not so far via Condotti, via Frattini. So it's in the Rome Triangle, but it's a lovely, maybe 200 meters. It's a short street, but lovely. Even now in autumn, in every season, is a lovely place.
Very nice. Well, I appreciate the information.
But I must say one thing, if you permit. I'm here in Rome, but I'm arbitrator based in El Escorial, Madrid, Spain, because we have other law office, and I would like walk with you around El Escorial, because now in these days, in December, is a magic place from Christmas time.
It's beautiful all the time, though, all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't make a mistake if you're going Madrid, Rome. You can never make a mistake to visit either of those cities. Both. It just
Okay,
so much.
you are really, Natalie, you are really welcome, of course.
Thank you. Thank you. The food, the music, the people, the lifestyle, everything about it. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. Nazareth, can you tell me, what did you like most about the place where you grew up? When you were a child, what did you like most about your home?
I enjoy talk with people, with different people from other parts, other language, because my family said to me that previous than I grown up and walk, I talk, because always I was talking, and I enjoy, for me was a satisfaction talk with other person higher than me. So the first I can remember now is surprising me talking with other persons older than me.
Okay, that's a good one. Let's see, turn it over. Nazareth, what is the best dessert?
The best dessert, tiramisu. Tiramisu. And the second one, torrijas from my mom.
Oh, I don't
Torrijas
know.
is, you don't know? Okay, you must come to Madrid and enjoy with mom torrijas. Torrijas is a Easter Madrid dessert. Is milk, fried milk with canela. Is a canela, I don't remember in English now.
Cinnamon.
cinnamon, yeah, cinnamon, sugar, is bread, fried bread with cinnamon, sugar, and milk.
I'm sold.
Lovely. The only problem is 1 minute in mouth all the life here, but no problem.
That's true for way too many food items, way too many food items. Oh my gosh. All right, Nazareth. When you read, do you prefer ebooks, paperback, or hardcover?
I prefer hardcover, but at the end, I enjoy ebook because it's simple and you can read with the mobile in any place, any situation. So it's more comfortable because if you are, I don't know, in the tram, you can put here and read. Okay, no problem. But I love read a book with a cup of tea in the chimney. Here in Rome, we have a low office in the first floor with a chimney. This is the most marvelous read a book, hard copy book with a tea in every season, no problem.
I agree.
I love tea.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Yeah. All right. Nazareth, do you like working from home or do you prefer going to the office? Or maybe a both?
Both. There is no problem. The important is you have work. So no matter if you are working in low office at home or low office in the city center, the most important is that the energy, your capacity provide work. No, I don't mind. I don't mind. Maybe I prefer in the city center because we enjoy with other colleagues. But at the end, virtuality, I mean, is positive because open a window in which you can remain in your home country, but working in with other person virtuality. So the only thing is maybe the human approach that I need if we are in the city center with my colleagues, but yeah, no problem. I can adapt like Darwin.
Well, and they both have a benefit. You know, when you're at home, you can focus, but when you're at home, you don't have your colleagues, you don't have the human support. So it's
maybe
both, yeah.
It's both because if you are working at home, maybe you can concentrate much better and focus and be more effective because you don't have other person knock the door and you are focused on your target.
Exactly.
Anyway, it depends.
I think you're right. All right, Nazareth, how many languages do you speak?
I speak 5 languages.
Very impressive. What languages?
I speak English, Italian, German, Portuguese, and French.
Wow.
Not with the same ability, but I enjoy, as I informed you previously, I enjoy knowing person of different countries, different cultures. So I would like to learn other language, Chinese, Arabic. I enjoy to know other cultures.
Yeah, well, I agree. Portuguese is difficult. They have all those irregular verbs. That one's
for me the most difficult is German, but I enjoy because German is so different, similar but different the Spanish language. So, but I enjoy when I speak in German.
It is anyway. A good one. It is good. It is good. Do you have a favorite word in the German language?
no, I don't know. I remember now because we have talked about dessert strudel, apple strudel. But no, not remember now. Maybe I have places in Germany that I enjoy in the I don't know, in the south of Germany. I enjoy the landscape and also the culture. Anyway.
Yeah, I would have stopped right at apple strudel. I think that's an excellent answer. Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. And Nazareth, I know that you really are passionate about the work that we do. Can you describe to me what you like most about the resolution work that you do as an arbitrator? What really drives you?
Try to arrive the real truth about what has happened in these specific circumstances. To know what the parties try to inform me, but they don't inform exactly. So, I mean, you need to arrive to write an hour and you must be concise and also to be equal in the most imaginable circumstances that arrive in this specific case. It's the most difficult, so for this reason, I try to all the documents, all the proofs, adequate in which exactly the parties can inform the arbitrator.
And
It's the most difficult because sometimes they provide arguments, but there are other arguments that they don't inform, but you can presume, but you cannot write an hour with presumptions. You must provide specific hours with a circumstance that in that moment, in that circumstance, in that situation, arrive the real hypothetical truth that real occurs, happen, is the most difficult, but is the most exciting.
And finding the truth, it's not as easy as some people might think. Yeah, you're exactly right. There are lots of variables to finding the truth.
No, for this reason, when I write an hour, I write and I put like tiramisu. I mean, stop, pass different days, come back again, because your mood is not the same on Monday than on Thursday, than on Sunday. I mean, so I need approach my final hour totally convinced and in different circumstances that provide me that this is the final version and adequate most approach that what has happened in that specific circumstances.
Well, I love how much attention you paid to writing your awards. Good for you. You did good work.
Thank you,
Good
Natalie.
work. Nazareth, it was very nice to have an idle chat and get to know you a little bit. I really appreciate the time that you've spent with me. It's been lovely.
Thank you so much for the time and thank you so much for this fantastic program. I wish you all the best, all the success for this December 2022 and the next year and so on, so on. All the best.
Thank you. The same to you, my friend. I really do.